In the days since police made this tragic discovery, the Delphi community has been coming to terms, I should say, with a painful reality. Eyewitness News reporter David McAnally went back to the scene of the crime today, where neighbors still don't understand how this could happen to two young girls. Dave?
As police continue a very methodical investigation here, going down every road in the search for clues, some folks who live near the crime scene, they fear that their road will never be the same. The crime scene Thursday, a place property owner Ron Logan knows well, but never thought he would know for something so tragic.
I can't really wrap my emotions around it. It's so mind-boggling. I haven't really caught up. It hasn't caught up with me yet.
Up and down the hills, across that bank now circled with crime tape, his son grew up playing here.
Never in your wildest dreams do you think that he comes down here to play, he won't come back home.
He and his friends grieve for the victims, Liberty German and Abigail Williams, both 13.
That's why we come back. He goes, I want to show you what it looks like. You couldn't carry someone up and down these hills. It's hard to walk by yourself.
We've been able to identify almost everybody else that's been on that trail, and this gentleman has not been identified, and we want to know what he saw, what he might have seen on the trail. Did he see somebody else that maybe some of the others didn't see?
The Sheriff's Department says the trail photos of the man released Wednesday have brought in about 200 tips, and they're checking every one of them, they say. Police want to talk to the man because he was on the trail about the same time as the victims.
I think they feel confident that we're going to get this guy or guys that were involved in this, and I think they're feeling confident that it's going to happen sooner than later.
Back at the crime scene, hoping for answers.
This place is never going to be the same. It will never be the same, will it? I mean, everybody will be. They'll be very vigilant now, from here on out, when they come down here.
All right, that's David McAnally tonight in Delphi. Now here's another look at the man police are so desperate to talk to. Again, they have not said he's a suspect or a person of interest. Instead, investigators believe that he is the only person they haven't identified who was in the area at that time. Now, if you were in the area that day, or you know anything that could help solve this case, police do want to hear from you. They've set up a new tip line for information about the murders of Libby and Abby. All tips should be called into that number, and you can remain anonymous. You see it right there on your screen. The number is 844-459-5786.
was our job to help law enforcement. It was our job to help law enforcement. It was our job to help law enforcement.
Bruh.
Check, check, check. Welcome, everybody. Let's do a sound check. Hello. Let's do a sound check. All right. How's everyone going? How's it going for everyone? Welcome to Wednesday, March 25th. God bless you all. Welcome on in. This is the Prof Show. It's called Delphi Breaking News. The state files a crazy ass appeal. Okay. And we're going to talk a little about that tonight. And we all know it's called the Appellate's brief, but, semantics. Hey, welcome on in, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. What's up, Arthur Claremont, Miss Kay, Critter Mama, Kate, Louise, Deb, David Rogers, ACV, artist formerly known, Mustang, Georgina Taylor, Monday, Kaylee Greeno, Luis Cuevas. I already said hi. Hey, Court of Public Opinion. Just trying to race through this. We got a whole bunch of people here. Emily, Who's Her Daddy, Victims News on Air, Mustang, I said hello already, Trial Junkie, Fur Baby Daddy, It's a New Day, Carol, who else we got in here? Jamie Boyd, Matt Payton. Okay. And if I missed you, apologies, but just go ahead and let me know down below. We'll try to get on through here. What's up, Giuseppe? And who else? All right. Anyone else coming in? Welcome on in. We're glad to see you. Hey, look, boy, we got some situation. It is quite a situation. And I'm going to get into that with you tonight. And I think all of you will be just appalled at how bad this is. And what can I say? It's bad. It's bad. And we're going to go through some things tonight. But hey, I want to be clear with you from the jump. We're not going to do what we're going to do on Friday. So anyone who's here now watching, this will be a little quick look at this filing. And then Friday, what we're going to do is take it apart in a million pieces and really go through it. But tonight, that's not the goal. There are too many question marks, but I do want to present to you an angle, okay? So if you're interested in solely having someone really goofily read through these documents for you, there are plenty of asshats, dipshits, and dickheads all over the internet doing that tonight because they have to be first. It's been happening all day. So if you just want to straight up read through and you don't know how to put a reader into your computer screen and read it for yourself or have the computer read it for you, you can go on another channel and have that done. We're going to talk about the situation tonight, which is a little different than the verbiage of the damn document. Okay, so we're going to talk about the situation, and we're going to put some context around it and all this, and then hopefully Friday we'll be back and we'll really dissect this in great detail. And hey, just a heads up here, I started a new Facebook page for everybody. Okay, so everybody who's here, why don't you go join my Facebook page? I'm sure the link is still in the chat, but you can go join my Facebook group over there. And hey, you all can play around over there, okay? Feel free to have the time of your life over there. Also, heads up, well, I'll leave that for another time, but the Facebook group, it's a good place if you want to go there and discuss with your friends. It'll be there for you. And what I'm going to do is on a daily basis, put up content over there on Facebook as well. Okay, because let's be honest here, there's a lot of people who want throughout the day conversations, and let's be honest here, Discord ain't really that great anymore, and YouTube, it's not really that conducive to doing that. So go ahead and join that Facebook page, and I'd be glad to have you there. And it's someplace you can discuss all day. Okay, it's a discussion room for all of you guys. So there's that new Facebook page that's up. And like I said, come back on Friday if you want the detailed dissection of this appeal, which is what we're going to be doing on Friday. Now, tonight, boy, let's talk. Okay, let's talk. Because, man, these motherfuckers, man, I'm telling you, it never ceases to amaze me. Now, this is the Delphi case. Now, you all know, okay, look, there's zero doubt. This entire case is being narrative controlled by a bunch of pedophiles. Okay, look, I'm not going to mince my words here. We got a whole gaggle of pedophiles operating on social media trying to keep you from looking at the pedophiles in this case. Okay, so this case opens a door into a whole network of pedophiles. They don't want you to know that. So they come over here trying to control the narrative so no one thinks that this is tied to a whole fucking bunch of pedophiles. Okay, does that make sense? Yeah, thank you, Peggy. Peggy 15 here says, and witches. Yeah, bunch of witches and bitches and chomos and pedophiles. Okay, that's what we're dealing with. This is called the Delphi murders. Welcome. If you're new here, sorry to rain on your parade. This ain't a bridge guy crime. This ain't a one-man bridge guy, a phantom on the bridge. This ain't that type of party, okay? So if you believe what the state has convinced a small portion of the world, that's this type of party, that bridge guy is the killer and is the only killer and is the killer and also coincidentally is Rick Allen, you got another thing coming. You'll learn up real quick. On this channel, we have over 500 live streams and probably about a couple 100 videos. Look, we've covered every aspect of this. So look, if you go over to Facebook, I'm going to be putting up a bunch of the older content over there too, to populate Facebook with the same content that's over here. Because some people on Facebook don't come here. Some people here don't go to Facebook. So that's what it's going to be. But look, we covered a lot of shit. In particular, in the past 2 years, I've covered the narrative control campaign, which no one seems to want to hear about. But I always say it's an essential aspect of this case. If you don't understand that there's a whole several dozen pedophiles steering the narrative on this case on social media for their own benefit, then you're really lost. And if you do understand that, then you understand there must be a reason they're doing so. Okay, look, this is a cover up by law enforcement. Okay, let me put it this way. It's a law enforcement cover up. Have I said it clear enough for you? The Delphi murders case against Richard Allen all together collectively is a law enforcement cover up. Okay, so there's so many CIs who are being used on behalf of this. There's an entire PR team, and there's a whole bunch of chomos. That's right. That's what we're dealing with the Delphi murders. And if you don't believe it, I don't know what to tell you. Keep looking. It'll eventually occur to you. And I know it's hard to believe, right? I do know it's hard to believe because when I jumped in, I didn't think it. I didn't know it. I didn't believe it. But you know what? When the real life stalking, the real life harassment, the real life death threats, the shit coming to my house, the police department being weaponized against me, the swatting attempts, and all the contact with my family members, and all the harassment, and the lawfare, which I'm currently tied up in the court system right now, including a couple of my friends with a stupid bitch who's on behalf of the Tony Klein contingent, okay, is trying to tie us up with distractions of lawfare. So this is just insane, right? It is absolutely insane. A whole bunch of witches, a whole bunch of warlocks, a whole bunch of PR agents, and a whole bunch of fucking pedophiles. That's the Delphi murders. So speaking of that, I had this question because, as you guys know, there's been the announcement that the state has filed the appellee's brief, right? And the minute my eyes met it, you know what my eyes said? Something don't smell right here, because this is coming from All Eyes on Delphi, right? A known liar, right? A known liar, a known person who colludes to steer the narrative away from the truth on behalf of this cover-up, and who's intimately connected to the to not only someone high up in politics, an attorney general, but also to the clerk of court for this judge that we claim we hate, right? She claims she hates. Well, anyway, I see this and I say, what the fuck is this? Okay, because this is what came to us today. Now, this is the what has the appearance of being the state's brief of appellee or appellee, right? Look at it. This is supposed to be the state's brief. Now you take a good close look at it. And I made it obvious for you. I put a question mark and I put a circle. Does anyone in the chat have a guess as to why I would have put a question mark and a circle or an oval? Like, what am I looking for here on this first page that's not there? Okay. Excuse me. Where's the filing stamp? Where's the filing stamp? Because, you know, everything that comes from my case has a file stamp. Everything that comes from the clerk of court that has been filed has a file stamp. So I want to know this. Where is the file stamp? Okay, so before we even get into picking this apart, we need to call out the obvious. This is coming from All Eyes on Delphi. First problem, first red flag. Second red flag, where's the fucking file stamp? Third red flag, look at the bottom of the page. What do you see down there at the bottom of the page? Is that a number 1? Okay, let me ask you this. In the hundreds and thousands of pages that's been filed in this case, have you ever seen a number 1 at the bottom of the cover page? You know what this looks like to me? A fucking draft. It looks like a draft. Okay? First red flag. So, from this point forward, everything we're going to discuss tonight about this document is going to be discussed with the caveat of I don't even know what the hell we're looking at. Okay? To me, it looks like a draft. Now, so here we got some suspect ass draft copy, right? With no file stamp that's coming directly from a person who seems to have been leaking profusely on behalf of Michael Osbrook, right? And others with the state of Indiana. So I've been wondering this whole fucking time, going back 2 years now, why all these leaks? This case has been nothing but leaks and leaks and leaks and leaks and leaks. And I'm looking at this, and this looks like a leak. I mean, you guys remember Kevin from Murder Sheet? Okay, remember the whole Keegan Kline transcript? Let's get real here for a second. You remember how we've been looking at this Keegan Kline transcript? Do you remember the whole story from Murder Sheet about that Keegan Kline transcript, which is supposed to be a transcript of a recorded interview with Keegan Kline? Anyway, the propagandist narrative steerers that they are, we ended up some years ago with a very lengthy transcript from Keegan Kline from a video that was not ever supposed to be released. But Kevin Greenlee leaks it, and he claims that it was only up on my case for a couple minutes, and coincidentally, he logged into the back portal of MySpace for attorneys, and he happened to see it, happened to download it, and in the nick of time, it happened to just disappear. You know, this is when they were honestly maybe considering pursuing Keegan Kline. So that propaganda had to get out. You know what I mean? This is all about steering the public narrative. And as I mentioned before, if you take a look at my thumbnail, the thumbnail that I put up today, actually, let me share it with you while I'm here. And again, I'm sorry for being a little aggravated. I'm super aggravated today with this entire situation. But notice this thumbnail that I created for this particular live stream. Do you see how it's about 5 to 7 burly men, right? And you've got this little 5 foot whatever, Richard Allen, who had been deteriorated down to, I don't know what, 120 pounds or something, walked around with a shock vest, shackled, in these prison uniform colors. All right. When did you ever see Rick Allen in a fucking suit? Okay. When have you seen Rick Allen in a suit? Now look at all of these cases where you see accused murderers. And yet the attorneys and the court will allow them to be present in court with a suit on. When have you ever seen Rick Allen with anything but these highway orange or yellows and not shackled, okay? And not wearing a shock vest and not being marched around like he's Hannibal Lecter with a group of about 5 to 7 guards. Okay, this is all PR is what I'm getting at. This is all to convince the public Well, I guess I got a little too excited because that's the biggest disaster ever. The stream crashed on me. Okay, so now I just lost all 12 of my presentations for you. So it will take me a while. So please forgive me. This goddamn StreamYard, you know, guys. It is what it is, but often when it crashes, I lose the entire slideshow that I have set up for you. And I had a comprehensive 12 PDF slideshow ready for you. So now I'm going to have to gradually put them up one at a time. So apologize for that. It's going to slow me down. But nevertheless, what I was getting at is the way that they marched Richard Allen around, okay, shackled like he was a very, very dire threat to everyone in his presence. I mean, including all 7 of the officers or 8 of the officers, however many, including to the general public, the court, the judge, and everyone. Okay, it's insane. It's insane the way that they've exercised this public relations campaign. But like I said, it's no different from Kevin Greenlee releasing the Keegan Kline transcript at a time when Keegan Kline was going to be in this hot seat, okay? And it's no different than these cranks releasing this bridge guy video, which, for those of you who haven't paid attention, it is not the original bridge guy video, if there even was ever a bridge guy video, okay? Are we starting to understand now that there's something wrong here? I highly doubt that there ever was a bridge guy video, because the fact that the bridge guy video that we have is fucking fake. It was released by a bunch of YouTubers, okay? It was presented to the public as authentic. Even the news companies ran with it as authentic. The cranks presented it as authentic. And even now, All Eyes on Delphi has on her website, it included in a slot that says exhibit, as if it's a legitimate exhibit from the court, and we know it's not, and it's most likely a complete fabrication. Anyhow, I'm super annoyed now that I have my entire thing is just totally fucked. Okay, but let's see. So I was going to start with this. It's very suspicious that now we have a file with no file stamp that obviously didn't come from the court. Just like that BG video dropped on our heads, and everyone is talking about it like it's legitimate. But what's odd about this, I want to show you something. Let's see. Is this what it is? Yeah, this is it. Okay. This is one of them. So you see this says filed February 18, okay, 2026. Verified motion for second extension of time to file a brief. Okay. The brief of appellant, or the appellate's brief, was filed December 17th, 2025. The state received a 30-day first extension that moved the due date for its brief to February 16. On January 23rd, the state filed a motion for transmission of supplemental documentary exhibit volumes from trial court. On January 27th, the court granted that motion and ordered the state's brief due 30 days from the date those exhibit volumes were received by the clerk. On the same day, the 5 supplemental documentary exhibit volumes were received by the clerk. Therefore, the state's brief of Appellate is currently due on February 26th. We will be unable to complete the state's brief by February 26th for the following reasons. The record in the case is extremely large. 13-volume appendix. 13. The brief of appellant is 113 pages long. It contains 13 discrete claims of error. Under the guidelines developed by Appeals Division for case assignment, to estimate the amount of time, the case was estimated to require 80 business days to review the record. Excluding state holidays, the 80th business day from December 17th would be April 14th. Deputy Attorney General is a supervising attorney. Deputy Attorney Stein, or Attorney General Stein, also participates in moot courts. Although neither of the undersigned being assigned any new cases while they were working on this appeal, they do have ongoing responsibilities. These additional responsibilities take up a significant amount of time. In the time period between January 20th and March 24th, the Appeals Division has at least 17 oral arguments. The state is requesting a 32-day extension of time, including an up to March 30th, in which to file the brief. Okay? And then what you'll see next, you'll see here the judge says, okay, so you got till March 30th. Okay, so first of all, couple red flags here. I want to say bullshit, okay, about this extra time. Bullshit. The state had, 9 years to get this together? Okay, 9 years. But they're given all this extra time, right? They're given this extra time. And now, with the due date of March 30th, why are we 5 days early? With the due date of March 30th, you're telling me that with the due date of March 30th, sorry, I have to grab this. Like I said, everything failed on me. It's just a total travesty. Let's see. Come on, man. So with the due date of March 30th, now we get this. Today, March 25th, not stamped, 5 days early, which leads us in to the conversation. What's going on with this thing? What's going on with this thing? Well, it's extremely thin. Okay, this is extremely thin. I don't know who of you has yet seen or read through this thing, but let me just prepare you. Spoiler alert. This thing is a fucking joke. It's an absolute joke. It's extremely thin. It's shallow. There's not much to it. It's unbelievable how weak this is. And the purpose of tonight is to give a basic indication of that. And we will. And like I said, apologize. I lost my presentation, but I'll pull it up slide by slide for you, unfortunately. But as we get into it, you're going to see how fucking thin this thing is. It's absolutely appalling. For me, it's like it's a nothing burger, which leads me down two different roads. Okay, number one, they either think they got this in the bag, and there's no reason to vigorously argue it with substantial arguments. Okay, the state, or what may be worse, the state lied so much, and by that I mean the prosecutor's office. Okay, my gut feeling tells me this, and I discussed this with Erica Morse today. So what it looks like to us is that the prosecutor's office and law enforcement lied so much and committed egregious errors and such misconduct in this trial that the lawyers for the state cannot sufficiently argue it, because to sufficiently argue Rick Allen's attorney's appellant's brief, they would have to perpetuate the lies and misrepresentations of Nicholas McClellan and law enforcement. So instead, what it appears to me as I've looked into this is they decided to take the middle ground, which is, well, we'll try to argue it somewhat, but we're not going to double down on the lies like the prosecutor and law enforcement did. So we're going to just try to flimsily or flaccidly argue this appeal in a very dismissive way. And that's my takeaway as to what we're looking at. Okay, it's an absolute shit show. And let me just start with this. If the appellate tribunal does not grant an appeal based upon what has been filed at this point, it will be absolutely clear that they are compromised. Okay, because the strength of Richard Allen's brief far outweighs the flimsiness of this state's response. Okay, I hope that's very clear to you. What I'm saying is the appeal as filed by Richard Allen's attorneys is very, very hefty and concerning, filled with constitutional error. The response, or the brief filed supposedly today by the state's attorneys to argue this, and look, don't get it twisted. You know McClellan had a hand in this, right? This is so flimsy that there's no justification whatsoever for considering it as all valid argument and not granting this appeal. So we got a huge problem here. The state of Indiana has a huge problem. And look, I'm very well aware that politically, this is a huge fucking problem for the state of Indiana, right? Because millions of dollars were spent. Family members were drugged through this process, right? You got Richard Allen and his wife and family who was drugged through this, right? You got the entire community who was drugged through this. You got people out here being victimized online and in their real lives who've been drugged through this. There's been a lot of victimization and trauma around this whole thing. So the state of Indiana has a huge fucking problem on their hands, because if this is overturned, it's going to be really fucking bad for the state of Indiana. It will. It's going to be really fucking bad for the state of Indiana to admit that they were wrong. And you all know it. We're talking about millions of dollars, hundreds of people, and years of trauma and victimization. Now, here's the problem. If they don't overturn this conviction, there will be another problem on their hands, and that's the entire world who's going to criticize this and who's not going to shut up about it for years. So don't get it twisted. The state of Indiana is in a very difficult position right now. They have to choose between the lesser of two evils. Either it's going to look bad for them now for what happened already, or it's going to continue to look bad for them if they side with the state on this very, very flimsy appellee's brief. What I say is count your losses, state of Indiana, count your losses. Overturn this conviction, figure it out, and count your and cut your losses. Because if you don't do the right thing in this, having produced this extremely flimsy brief, the lawyers on social media are going to tear your asses up for the next 10 years over this. Okay? It's a joke. This is a joke. Indiana Attorney General, get your shit together. Supervising Deputy Attorney General, get your shit together. Deputy Attorney General, get your shit together. Okay? This Attorney General's office has some very difficult decisions to make. Because let's not kid ourselves here. Who honestly thinks that the appellate system is truly independent of the Attorney General's office? Come on, let's wake up here. Anyhow, I have some things, and like I said, we're going to go a slow go here because this was difficult. I lost everything. So you might remember this, that on December 1st, as the appellate attorneys for Richard Allen were preparing his appeal, they revealed some information, and trust me, trigger warning, everyone's going to be angry about this, right? So what it says here, we're going to get to the meat of it, is they're asking for permission to file an oversized brief. And it says that Allen's brief requires at least additional 10,000 words for the following reasons. Counsel has identified, okay, here's some of the reasons in the red box here. Counsel has identified at least 10 possible issues for appeal. 10 possible issues. Okay? Everyone in the chat, please try to keep up with where I'm going with this one, right? Appellate team for Richard Allen identified at least 10 possible issues. Federal and Indiana constitutional claims. The claims are broken into 5 different categories. The right to present a defense, including alternative explanations of the crime scene and other suspects, and impeachment of the quality of investigation. Okay, so first point, they're saying that these 10 possible issues fall into 5 categories. Category 1, the right to present a defense, explain the crime scene and suspects, and impeach the investigation. The right to present, number 2, the right to present a defense undermining the reliability of Allen's confessions, so-called. 3, the constitutionality of those statements while he was gravely disabled in prolonged pretrial solitary confinement, 13 months. The constitutionality of the search of Allen's home. And 5, erroneous evidentiary rulings. That's the judge. Okay? So we're supposed to have, in terms of the search warrant, the judge's actions, the confessions, the crime scene, third-party suspects, investigation, and right to present a defense. We're supposed to have a total of about 10 or more issues for the appeal. The analysis of evidence that was proffered but excluded from trial makes the record much larger. However, the Indiana Supreme Court has held if an issue was known and available on direct appeal but not raised, it is procedurally defaulted on a basis for relief in subsequent proceedings. So, ladies and gentlemen, what is a subsequent proceeding from the appeal? Okay, so think about it. Direct appeal, okay, which this is. They're saying whatever we don't mention in here cannot be brought up in anything that follows, okay, which is important to keep in mind as we go into this state's argument. Okay, so I hope everyone is keeping up with me on that one. If an issue was known and available on direct appeal and not raised, it's procedurally defaulted. There was an extraordinary number of constitutional and evidentiary issues. Okay, it says any federal constitutional claims upon which Allen would seek relief must be raised in state court, right? Or it doesn't go to Supreme Court or federal. So it's saying that this appeal has to cover everything that's going to ever be used for Richard Allen from this point forward. That's what this means. A full and fair presentation must be made in state court proceedings, the appeal, to give state court an opportunity to resolve any federal constitutional claims before those claims are presented in federal court. Okay, it says the required 24,000 words is the minimum necessary to provide Allen his constitutional right to effective assistance of counsel in raising important constitutional issues in his case. This case is at least 10 times the size of an average murder trial. Okay? The supplemental transcript was the size of a standard murder trial transcript, including 5 volumes and 7 depositions. In addition, there were many electronic exhibits, including 8 recorded witness interviews lasting about 10 hours. This case is so complex and voluminous that an adequate brief cannot be reasonably prepared. The documentary exhibits are almost just as long as the 25-day trial at 4,782 words, 20 volumes. The transcript is over 5,076 words, 22 volumes. Counsel has simultaneously filed permission to file an oversized brief explaining that they have identified at least 10 issues, again, 9 of which involve Allen's constitutional rights. Their failure to do this would violate Allen's right to effective assistance of counsel and become an issue in later proceedings, right? Now, what's interesting here? From 10 or more issues, okay, 10 or more fucking issues, we get down to 3. And remember, whatever is not raised here can never be used again. I need you all out there to put your thinking caps on, stop this personality worship, and think about the gravity of this situation. They had identified at least 10 issues. And we end up with 3. Now, here's the 3 that we're stuck with, meaning this is all that will ever go forward with Richard Allen as far as constitutional. Whether the search of Allen's home was unconstitutional. Search warrant. Unprecedented pretrial solitary confinement and confessions. Search warrant, confessions, right to present a defense. So what are the other 7 or more? What are the other 7 or more issues that we've suddenly flushed down the toilet? We'll get there. Now, interesting here, Bridge Guy video on February 13th, 2017, 1:30 p.m. Liberty's older sister dropped off the girls at the High Bridge. Really? 1:30? Wait up. So FBI says approximately 1 p.m., and obviously they had data, right? They had cell phone data. They had access to the Harvester video. So why did the FBI say approximately 1 p.m.? And why now are the appellate attorneys saying 1:30 p.m.? Furthermore, allegedly, the best evidence law enforcement had was Liberty German's phone. At 2:13, hello, 2:13. Bruh, I'm legally blind. Oh my God. 2:13, Liberty recorded a video. Bridge Guy, law enforcement enhanced the video. Four months after the murder, law enforcement interviewed Sarah Karba. She saw a muddy man wearing a tan coat, is what she said. After seeing the image of Bridge Guy in the media, she changed her story and said he was the man that she saw, which means, oh yeah, I guess he was wearing a blue jacket then. Oh, and I guess he was bloody too. Yeah, that's, I'm not shitting you. I'm not shitting you. They let the chick change her fucking story over a period of a number of years. They let her change her story after she sees the Bridge Guy, quote unquote, video. She changes her story, her eyewitness description, to match the guy on the video. But she's a credible witness. Now, 5.5 years later, Richard Allen. Here's another lie. Here is an absolute fucking lie that I'm going to stand on this hill till I die. They did not rediscover a tip from Allen, and it was not Kathy Shank who found it in a drawer and all that bullshit story they've told. That's not what happened. What happened is a bunch of fucking YouTubers went down a list, and Richard Allen was one of the individuals that these bunch of fucking YouTubers identified. These bunch of fucking YouTubers gave Unified Command Richard Allen's name. They've all confessed to doing so. Law enforcement then decided at some point to pursue Richard Allen and had to explain how they missed him. So they came up with a bullshit story that they found a tip in a desk drawer as they were moving in office. And they used Kathy Schenck to perpetuate that lie. And Amy G, who runs a channel called Daisy Ask, who's an absolute sweetheart, discovered the fact that the fucking tip was printed days before it was allegedly found. No one sees a problem with that? No one sees that that immediately makes this whole narrative disappear? So wrong. Law enforcement did not rediscover a tip. That's a bullshit fucking story they created, just like every other bullshit story they created in this law enforcement cover-up. Here's another lie. We haven't even finished a single paragraph. There's 2 lies in this paragraph. In February 2017, Allen called and said he was on the bridge between maybe 1 and 3 and saw 3 girls. Lie. Lie. Allen says he believes he was there around noon. But oddly enough, this interaction, which should have been video recorded, as was the norm for Dan Doolin, this video interaction was deleted to delete what he actually said, that he was there around noon. And then the notes were destroyed. And then new evidence was created. And then the state was then able to put across the concept that he said he was there during the kill zone time. Right? They say Allen said he was there when the girls were killed. I'm going to skip ahead. It says here, he's there between noon and 1:30 or 1:45. It says he remembered, he thinks, wearing jeans and a jacket. He didn't remember which type of jacket, but owned a bunch, listed a bunch that he owned. And hey, spoiler alert, he owned a bunch of blue jackets and black jackets and random fucking jackets like any Midwestern man. When law enforcement asked for consent to search, he said, "You're making me somebody's fall guy. We're trying to piece together pieces that don't fit." Allen says, "I never met those girls before, never seen those girls before." They tried to use this blue jacket against him. This blue jacket, which coincidentally, it ain't a Carhartt that this guy on the video, this alleged bridge guy video, the guy ain't wearing a Carhartt, first of all. Secondly, Richard Allen's Carhartt was purchased after these murders. And that's a fact. Allen says, "Good luck finding anything that points to me." Here it says, Liggett on October 13th. That's right. 13 again. Is about the 4th time I've mentioned that. 13. On October 13th, the state applied for a warrant for Allen's home. Liggett's probable cause affidavit was full of lies. Okay? He concluded that Allen is the last individual to have contact with these 2 girls and that the individual depicted on the high bridge is Richard Allen. Again, Totally not factually based. It's speculation. His reasoning that Allen admitted wearing the same clothing and was on the trail at the time, it's totally bullshit. It's coincidental, circumstantial bullshit. Now, a funny point here, Liggett implied Blair and the girls saw the same man because they similarly described his jacket. He claimed that Blair and Wilson saw a car backed into a parking spot to conceal the license plate. Purple PT Cruiser, a small SUV. They drew diagrams. If you see Blair's drawing, it looks nothing like Richard Allen's car. Okay. Here's what Liggett didn't say. Liggett did not tell the judge about the differences between Blair's description of the man on the bridge and Allen's appearance. Blair described the man as white, age 20, medium build, brown, curly, poofy hair. That young guy sketch that all of you are now familiar with, that's infamous, she rated as a 10 out of 10, and even years later, she gave a 9 out of 10 in 2019. This sketch here, you see this sketch? She gave a 9 or 10 out of 10. Poofy brown hair, 20 years old. Boy, your head's going to explode when you see what the state is trying to pull with this particular incident right here. Just keep this in mind. Blair described the car that she witnessed as a 1965 Comet with sharp angles. A 1965 Comet, which we know to be a Mercury comet. A 1965 Comet. Okay? Detective Tony Liggett omitted that Blair told him the man Carbot described is not the same man she saw on the bridge. In other words, remember this? ISP released a press release distinguishing this guy from this guy. Come on, guys. That guy ain't this guy. Meaning Sarah Carbot didn't see this guy. She didn't see this guy. ISP explained the men are not the same person. How do we know that? Well, I'll show you. Sorry, it's taking me a minute because, as you know, I lost it. So here we go. Let's see. Here we go. Let's see. I often like bringing this one because I put some funnies on it. I'll blow it up so you can see it clearly. Look, this is the press release that's being referred to. Please pay close attention to it. In the early days and months of the Delphi murder investigation, information was developed about suspect descriptions. Initially believed that the sketch had been in the public view over the last 2 years. Person in the age range of 40s to 50s was a person of interest. Now, as the investigation has matured and past information has been reassessed, it is the belief of investigators with the multi-agency task force that the person depicted in the sketch, released on April 22nd, 2 days ago, more accurately represents the person wanted for the murders. It's important to distinguish these points about the two sketches. Number one, they are not the same person. They are not the same person. They are not the same person.
Bruh.
The person depicted in the original release sketch is not presently a person of interest. Is it Mike Patty? Is it because it was Mike Patty? You remember Holman saying at CrimeCon that there was a sketch that was Mike Patty? The sketch released on April 22nd is representative of the face of the person captured in the video. The person in the sketch is described as having a youthful appearance, meaning not Rick Allen, in the age range from 20s to late 30s. No one finds this interesting at all. This is not from the little podunk cops, right? This is not from there's a community organization or the family making this up. This is from the Indiana State Police, Kim Riley, Public Information Officer. Anyhow, look at it. This guy and this guy. Detective Liggett also made false statements in the affidavit that an interview was done of Sarah Carbaugh in 2017. Look at the quotation marks, okay? Please, this is really important in the quotation marks in this in this brief right here. The quotation marks mean something because when you hear what the state says about this, your head's going to blow. Your head's going to blow, right? Look at it. An interview was done of Sarah Carbaugh in 2017. 2017. And she said she saw a man, quote, wearing a blue colored jacket and was muddy and bloody. 2017. Carbaugh did not describe the man as bloody, only muddy. She said he was wearing a tan jacket. Detective Liggett stated Allen said he was wearing a blue or black Carhartt with a hood and head covering. Allen told the investigators he did not know what he was wearing. It could have been anything. And he listed all the clothing he owned. Although Allen's wife said he had a blue Carhartt in 2022, here's a big one for you guys because this is the fucking important shit you should be hearing. Liggett left out that Kathy Allen said she purchased that blue Carhartt a couple years ago. The girls were killed in 2017. She didn't just say that she purchased it a couple years ago. She has the proof that she purchased it a couple years ago. It says, when ISP analyst Melissa Oberg cycled 6 cartridges through Richard Allen's gun, she did not find any marks that matched the marks on the cycled round. As a matter of fact, she could not establish a link between the gun and the unspent round at the scene. The only way she could do so is by doing the extremely unconventional act of firing the fucking weapon to produce the marks that are supposed to be produced by an ejected round that has not been fired. Additionally, all the ballistics experts that we've reached out to has said that is absolute garbage science. No one would ever say that, use it, do it, or believe it. But according to Oberg, her work is absolutely perfect. She's never made a single mistake. And as long as it suits Jerry Holman, it's fact. And of course, Jerry Holman claims it's like fingerprints. It's absolutely fucking perfect. It's scientifical. And it goes in here and it says he told multiple lies to Allen and his wife. By the way, I don't know how many of you understand what was said to Kathy Allen. Okay. What was done to Kathy Allen. But Kathy Allen was just as traumatized and abused as anyone, or more so. So I don't want to hear any fucking bullshit about Kathy Allen's response and being in tears when she was in that room with him, because you don't understand what they did to Kathy Allen before she entered that room. At 50 years old, Allen was arrested for the first time ever. He came in with the D mental health code, second most severe, suffering from major depressive disorder. IDOC knew solitary confinement could and would worsen Allen's major depressive disorder, serious mental health illness. They knew it would cause psychosis. Their policy restricts the time inmates with this illness can stay to 30 days. However, they violated all of the fucking above intentionally to cause him to plea guilty for these crimes. Okay, the reason they did this to Allen, I've said a lot of times, they were trying to force a guilty plea. It's the reason Jinx, Sarah Elrod Osbrook, and that other insane cunt went and sabotaged Kathy Allen and Janice Allen, and they stood between the courthouse doors and their vehicle so that they could film Kathy Allen to try to use that information to compel Richard Allen to take the plea deal by making him believe that his own family didn't believe or love him anymore. And they were doing it on behalf of Nicholas McClelland, and we have the proof. And of course, he refused to. So what happened? He didn't take the plea deal. But what they got out of him is they caused his mind to break. He went into a serious fucking psychosis because his serious mental illness, major depressive disorder, was exacerbated. Even a healthy person would be exacerbated, or their condition would be. They knew that he would go psychotic in this environment. And that's why there's this policy for 30 days. And that's why they kept him in there in that prolonged treatment, because they were trying to break him. He remained in that solitary confinement for 13 fucking months. There it is again. There it is again. 13
Oh my God.
months. I'm going to skip over all of this this stuff about his abuse, okay, because we've been through this before. We'll go through it again. Needless to say, he seriously tanked. His health tanked. His condition tanked. His weight tanked. And his mental illness tanked. He tanked. He turned to eating his own shit, right? Trying to kill himself. And he dropped down 120 pounds or something. Of course, they were force medicating him with overdoses because they were dosing him with the Haldol and Prozac for a weight at that as he came in at that healthy weight, and because he tanked more than 40 pounds, he's down 120 pounds. He's still getting injected and dosed like someone 50 pounds heavier. Okay, so in the midst of all this, he's looking fucking shit. He's eating his shit. He's smearing his shit. It's just absolutely horrible. But yeah, that's the confessions, right? All right, so I'll keep it up. I mean, I'll continue. His statements occurred while he smeared feces, rolled in it, drank toilet water, shouted at his shadows, sang, masturbated, paced, saluted, asked nonsensical questions. He thought the world was ending. He said if he fell asleep, the universe was going to explode. He's the king of the world. He's the emperor. Okay. In the meantime, Dr. Walla was sextorting him. Okay. What she was doing was wearing the low cut, showing the cleavage, wearing the perfume, having the hair brushed and the hair dye and the makeup on, and the empathetic sexual vibe, and causing him to become emotionally fixated on her because he was estranged from his wife. He was in a hellacious environment, and she tried to gain his trust using her sexuality to attempt to coerce him. And of course, all of this worked. Okay, all of this worked. In fact, he confessed to molesting his sister, his daughter. He was jumping. He said he killed them, Abigail and Williams and Liberty German. He'll kill everyone. He'll wipe the whole world after he dies. He says something about World War III. He was confusing nightmares and reality. He was randomly saying methamphetamine and telling Dr. Walla he loved her, insisting he was losing his mind. He thought he was dead and that the world would blow up if he fell asleep. The water was poison, and that he was reliving the same day, groundhog effect every day. Of course, Dr. Walla, if she's sextorting, she's listening to podcasts. She's a huge Delphi fan, right? 3 hours a day while commuting to and from work. She's a great fan of all the worst podcasts. And just go look at the list that she claimed that she loved so much. It included all the worst fucking. Matter of fact, let me show it to you because I want you to see how it includes all the worst podcasts. Let's see. Just in case you don't believe me. Let's see. Gray Hughes, Delphi After Dark, Greeno, Criminality, Bob Motta, Douche Intuition, right? Gray Hughes, Delphi After Dark, For the Drama, Greeno, Criminality, Defense Diaries, Douche Intuition. These are what she's watching 3 fucking hours a day, right? Before Allen was arrested, she researched a suspect on the IDOC's database. After she treated Allen, she posted on social media about this case and about his case. Bridge guy. Speaking of Betsy Blair, she described the man as white, in his 20s or 30s, with brown poofy hair and a boyish, youthful appearance. Okay. She also, quote unquote, believes she saw Abby and Libby. Okay. No confirmation. What's used to place her and verify her fucking stupid ass story and her bullshit? Fitbit data, a screenshot of Fitbit data. Of course, I'm going to skip over a lot of this about the logical and organized product of free will that stupid ass McClellan says is the essence of these confessions, right? Bullshit. McClellan also said, according to the guards, that Allen was acting. He was acting. Could you eat your own shit? Could you drink your own piss and eat your own shit? and enough to where you're vomiting it up? Could you do that? Are you that good of an actor? Of course, the prosecution said that each time that Allen confessed, coincidentally, Dr. Wallace says he wasn't delusional, hallucinating, or psychotic when he was confessing. No, he was, although for months and months and months he was, but, when he decided to confess, he was definitely clear of mind. Remember, he also admitted to what? Shooting the girls in the back. Question, guys. If all his confessions are absolute fact-based and absolutely clear-minded and factual and include elements only the killers would know, where's the bullet holes in these girls' backs? Now, I would like you guys to really take a close look at this F here, because we ended up with the bad photo. These leaks, right? All of these leaks we got, right? The leaks. How I say that they have used propaganda to steer the public narrative and the public's opinion on this case. So what they did when they leaked this F tree, when they leaked this F, they made sure they leaked to us a very fucking poor photo, where it was hard to determine what we were seeing. But look at this one. This exactly matches the undercover state trooper's opinion on the crime scene, where he says this is a fehu. This is an F with upward slanted horizontal bars. So look at it closely. It's an F with upward slanted horizontal bars, making it a fehu. Law enforcement found no DNA from Richard Allen whatsoever. Look at it. Despite testing the sexual assault kit, hundreds of clippings from clothing, swabs from all over the girls' bodies, including swabbing the cartridge that was found on the ground and the cell phone of the victim. Every single piece of DNA that they were able to collect found nothing from Richard Allen. Of course, I'm sure that's just a coincidence. Okay, the stupid-ass state also continuously claimed that Richard Allen used sticks as camouflage, although only 3% of the bodies at most were covered in sticks. Let me see if I can find this that I had for you. There's the sticks on Abby, which the undercover state trooper from Indiana, who's the head of all the CIs in Indiana, says this is a bind room, contradicting the other state's bullshit witnesses who say, oh, it's just an undoing or attempt to camouflage. Undercover trooper, who's an expert in Odinism, also says this is a bind room. As you see, this right here is a disposition of the bodies. They are posed as tarot configurations, okay? Abigail Williams is the hangman. Libby German is posed as a magician. This is an esoteric or witchcraft-based posing of the bodies. These are either sigils or bind runes that are placed upon the bodies. And as we mentioned, the tree, I guess I'll go back to it. Where is it? The tree contains a fehu. Okay, this is witchcraftian. I don't know, a witchcraftian fucking Odinic fucking Norwegian fucking how do you even say what this is? Norse pagan. This is Norse pagan witchcraft symbolism. Okay, that is all over this crime scene. And anyone denying it, leave the chat. Leave the chat. Stop watching. Get out. I don't need you. This is witchcraft and Norse pagan symbolism, some combination thereof. Now, there's no doubt that that's what it is. The question is, why do we have a crime scene that's full of occult Norse pagan symbolism? Not only that, there's a pedophile element because both of these little girls who were 13 and 14 years old were both nude at some point before their bodies were left here. And one was left nude. You got two nude 13 and 14. You got a 13 and 14-year-old, two little girls left nude who were at one point nude, and one of them has been redressed. And the crime scene itself reeks of occult and Norse pagan symbolism. Something's wrong. Fucking stupid ass state says that it's an upside down L because it was transferred from Libby German as she propped herself up on the tree. No, I'm sorry. That ain't what happened. Look at it clearly. It's clearly fucking fabricated, okay? It's intentionally made to be a fehu shape. Okay? Just like these sticks. Go back to the sticks. The sticks are intentionally made to look like this figure, which has a look of an H almost. You know, this has a somewhat of an H. And this is like a star. Okay? A star and an H and a fehu, an F. And as I mentioned, those bodies are posed in tarot configurations. Okay? It says a female hair and multiple incomplete profiles were found at the crime scene. State claims it's just contamination or background DNA from the girl sharing clothing through the laundry machine. What the jury did not hear or see. They didn't see this sketch here of this young man. And boy, you're going to be infuriated when you see what the state says in response to this. Blair rated the sketch 10 out of 10. Blair at one point said the man she saw was not the man Carbaugh saw. Okay. The jury never heard anything about all the alternative theories, and I'm going to skip over this, but you know, the jury didn't get to hear about Keegan Kline and Ron Logan confessing for 8 years that they killed these girls. They didn't hear about this Norse pagan symbolism at the crime scene or the suspects who were involved in such things, who are also meth users, meth cooks, meth addicts, meth traffickers, bikers, pedophiles. Nope, didn't hear about none of it. Okay, I'm going to skip over all this. Okay, the bungled investigation. The FBI's BAU evaluated this murder and found it noteworthy that Abby was clothed. They thought that it suggested that the suspects felt differently towards her, possibly a heightened level of guilt or regret or respect, at least compared to Libby German. Law enforcement explored a group of pagans connected to Abigail Williams. Keep in mind that Brad Holder and his son are both members of the same Masonic lodge as the prosecutor, other law enforcement officers, and in totality, there are a whole bunch of Freemasons involved in this contingent, including Superintendent of State Police. Prosecutor, Superintendent of State Police, a couple of suspects, a bunch of the Unified Command, Freemasons. Holder reported he's involved in a pagan tribe, spending every weekend in Delphi at Patrick Westfall's house, just a mere couple miles from the bridge. They involved animal sacrifice and human bloodletting. Remember, Patrick Westfall allegedly wanted to move on from animal sacrifice to human sacrifice, and we had Amber Holder repeatedly say very concerning things, including that Patrick Westfall had murdered a bunch of individuals. He had very powerful friends, and he wanted to move on from animal to human sacrifice. Holder told police he owned a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson, just like Keegan Klein owned. Oh, what? Remember, Smith & Wesson .40 caliber Sig Sauer .40 caliber. That was the initial weapon that was believed to have made the marks on the round that they found at the crime scene. Who owned a .40 caliber Smith or Sig? Well, let's see. Brad Holder, Ron Logan, Keegan Klein. Of course, none of them were ever tested, or did they care? And not only that, our expert, quote unquote, for the state could not exclude any of other weapon from making those. But of course, it was Westfall's. I mean, it was Allen's. It says here, Westfall knew the woods where the girls were murdered very well. Westfall claimed he was at home with his son. Loger told officers he was at work. Okay, there's no solid alibi, but the state will tell you there is. Susan Case provided a printout showing Holder swiped out of work, which was 30 minutes after the bridge guy video. Let me ask you, can anyone swipe in or out for you if you have a card that you use to swipe in or out? All right, summary of argument. Unconstitutional search. The court made reversible error by admitting evidence seized under an unconstitutional search warrant and by denying Allen a Franks hearing. Detective Liggett obtained the search warrant by omitting and altering witness descriptions to connect Allen to Bridge Guy. And that's no doubt about that. That's absolutely factual. They misrepresented that Allen said he wore a blue Carhartt like Bridge Guy. Of course, they're assuming Bridge Guy's wearing a blue Carhartt, and they're misrepresenting that Allen said he wore a blue Carhartt. Allen's confessions were involuntary because they were the product of a grave mental disability caused by 13 months of maximum security pretrial solitary confinement, which extended or exceeded IDOC policy by 12 months, an entire year longer than the 1 month they should have kept him in there. Admitting these statements violated both federal due process and Indiana protections against unnecessary rigor, and the error was not harmless, requiring suppression. Okay, the trial court also denied Allen his constitutional rights through a series of arbitrary prejudicial rulings, including that crippling his ability to present a defense by excluding critical exculpatory evidence, including Blair's sketch, and Blair's sketch directly undermines the state's eyewitness theory and timeline. It permitted inadmissible hearsay to rehabilitate the prosecution's timeline and blocked Allen from presenting evidence that showed the circumstances that led to his confessions and impeached their credibility. The court further prevented Allen from introducing substantial evidence of third-party guilt and an incomplete investigation, depriving the jury of context necessary to assess reasonable doubt. These errors violated Allen's 14th and 6th Amendment rights and created a fundamentally one-sided proceeding. Trial court committed reversible error by admitting evidence seized from an unconstitutional search and denying Allen's Franks hearing. Okay. Let's see. We're going to skip over Liggett's lies again. We all know them. Now remember, in terms of the search warrant, he misled the court to believe Blair's description of the man on the bridge matched Allen when it does not. He told the court Blair said the man was standing on the platform wearing a blue jacket and jeans. Liggett omitted the rest of the description, which does not match Allen, that says he had brown poofy hair like the sketch, was in his 20s or 30s, youthful and medium build. He also misled the court about the car. Let's see. Detective Liggett's omissions and false statements recklessly misled the judge. Any reasonable person would have known the judge would have wished to know that Blair's description of Bridge Guy and the car at CPS did not match Allen. In 2017, Carbaugh described the man as muddy, wearing a tan jacket, not a blue jacket like Bridge Guy. She only changed that later when she saw the video. Blair did not believe she saw the same man that Carbaugh saw. Allen never said he wore a blue Carhartt. He bought that Carhartt a couple years before 2022. Any judge would want to know if witnesses described someone other than Allen, his car or Bridge Guy. Liggett lied twice in the affidavit about the connection between Allen and Bridge Guy. These falsehoods were directed at connecting Allen to Liberty's video, which otherwise would include any white male. Now, collectively, with the omitted and accurate evidence, the affidavit was insufficient to establish probable cause. No one would believe Allen was connected to the murders, or that evidence would be found in his home without these errors. Okay. These errors require reversal. Let's see. As you see, I put up all this stuff here about the details about the confessions and the pretrial solitary confinement. All right. Now, Blair's sketch proves she did not see Richard Allen on that bridge. Blair did not identify Richard Allen in court as bridge guy, but according to the prosecutor, Blair must have seen Allen on the bridge. Okay. This is called framing. This is how they frame you. The court committed reversible error by admitting hearsay to rehabilitate the state's timeline. Now, you guys are going to be upset about this. You know what this is, right? This is about Stacey Eldridge, who says there's headphones plugged in and then plugged out of that phone. Remember, plugged in at 5:45, right when someone leaves the crime scene or the geofencing, and removed at 10:32 when someone else is at the crime scene. There's a headphone plugged in, headphone unplugged. Of course, the state, being blindsided by that testimony, they called Christopher Cecil, who was allowed to go out and quickly Google what excuse he could come up with for that headphone jack being activated, deactivated, or something plugged in and plugged out, blowing up the state's timeline at 5:45 p.m., 10:32 p.m. Of course, they should have this Google search is inadmissible totem pole hearsay, clearly. There's other contextual errors here I'm going to skip over. And let's see. I want to finish up with this. Okay. There's your F on the tree. All right. There's your bodies. There's your sticks. Now here's where we're going to take a quick look at this. Just give me a moment. Now I've saved the best for last. That was all of our context. So you know we just spent an hour and 40 minutes, or technically probably an hour and 30. So this first half, this hour and 30, we've just spent establishing context. What is being argued? What are the main points? Now remember, I showed you this thing here just to get us all angry again. I showed you here that initially there were supposed to be at least 10 possible issues for appeal, and we just learned that there were 3. Okay, 3. We ended up with 3 out of the 10. So now what we're going to do is take a look at this insane thing. And like I'm saying, caveat here, there's no file stamp on this. Okay, there's no file stamp on this. It's absolutely ludicrous. This is, once again, this is the state of Indiana leaking documents to the YouTubers. All right. Now, this is going to be mind-numbing. Now, remember the three, okay? These three were the search warrant, the statements made at Westville while he was, I want to say schizophrenic, but what is that? Psychotic, I guess, is the technical term. Okay. Schizophrenic, psychotic, whatever. And then the inability to present a defense. Okay, so according to the state Office of Attorney General, the four issues are going to be whether the admission of evidence seized from Allen's home constituted fundamental error. This means search warrant, okay? Whether the trial court properly admitted Allen's confession. So confessions, check. And then there's two more. Whether the trial court properly excluded and admitted various pieces of evidence. This is the judge, okay? And whether the judge denied Allen's motion to correct error properly. This is going to be crazy now. I'm not reading through the statement of the case because the case is bullshit and you all know it. Okay, here's your argument. So, everybody, look, I know you want to have fun in the chat. Have your fun, okay? Oh, check out. You want to see the hand now? Okay. The hand is still peeling a little, but the thumb is in the bad condition. So, that's for all you who care. What was I saying here? Fair warning. This is going to be insane, okay? So this right here is going to absolutely make you bang your head against the wall. But like I said, don't fret because it's so shallow and thin. Okay. So let's try to wrap our heads around what the Attorney General's office in McClellan are trying to proclaim here. That Allen's Frank's claim is waived in several respects. It is meritless. Okay, now here we go. Like I'm telling you guys, you know, I get to yelling. I would assume that I'm probably going to be yelling a little. Okay. Liggett did not include false statements. Okay. Remember, it's hard for me to not be meticulous. I really want to break down every single sentence here, but I'm going to wait until Friday. However, I just got to stop there. Liggett did include false statements. Liggett absolutely included false statements, and that is very well proven and known. And the way that you prove it, you go get that probable cause affidavit yourself, and you read the claims of the defense and the appellate attorneys. You see what they are saying was said, and now you're going to see here what these people are saying is said, and you're going to see where the lies are. And the lies are in Liggett's affidavit. Okay? He did make false statements, and he did make omissions. Now look at the semantics here. Material. Say, he did not omit material information. That's where they're trying to skirt around the issue that he did omit. Okay, what they're claiming here is that the material that he omitted, The information that he omitted was not material, is what they're saying. But what you're going to learn, if you truly go back and read that other thing, and we'll do it on Friday, he absolutely did omit material information. So this is a complete gaslight here. It's a falsity. And we'll explore that on Friday. But the affidavit still establishes probable cause, even if the challenge statements, omissions are included, excluded. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And we'll dive into why. But you can see number one here, it's completely fallacious. It's nothing. It's nothing. This is bullshit. Number one is fluff. Alan's challenge to his confession is waived, regardless if his confessions are voluntary. No, regardless, his confessions were voluntary. Now, this is another one. Absolutely inconceivable, they would argue this. The requisite state coercion is absent. The conditions of his confinement did not rise to the level necessary to constitute coercion. Who believes that? Who believes that? Alan has not shown the conditions caused his confessions, as the record provides other explanations for his desire to confess, and he confessed, and this is where it's insane, both before and after his period of psychosis. According to who? According to who? The record provides other explanations. Alan's other stated constitutional challenges are meritless. No, they're not. His constitutional challenges are very merit-based. Alan was allowed to present evidence of DOC policy regarding seriously mental ill prisoners in restricted housing, and any minimal probative value of the settlement agreement from an earlier unrelated lawsuit was outweighed by the danger of prejudice and confusion of the issues. Its exclusion is, at most, harmless error. Well, that's irrelevant anyway, because I'll give them that. We can forget about that prior lawsuit, okay? The prior lawsuit really has nothing to do with it. The fact that that prior lawsuit the term had expired has nothing to do with the fact that under a course of 13 months of solitary confinement, any reasonable medical professional would understand that a seriously mental ill individual would have a condition exacerbated and possibly slip into psychosis. And furthermore, we had the DOC's own doctors admit on the record at trial that he indeed was in a state of psychosis. And not only did they admit that verbally, but they also admitted it by their medical practice. By medicating him for psychosis, they either committed medical malpractice in medicating him for a condition which they deny existed, or they are admitting that he was in many episodes of psychosis. The trial court properly excluded inadmissible evidence. Blair's investigatory, okay, I'm telling you now, I'm gonna yell here, okay, because this one right here made my head explode when I read this. Now, y'all listen to this. Everybody who's bullshitting right now, listen to this one. The trial court properly excluded this. Blair's investigatory sketch of Bridge Guy was not relevant because, listen, she did not identify Alan, and it was unduly prejudicial and admissible hearsay. I'm going to skip over some of this. They say how the audio of Alan's videos were hearsay. They say that Gracian and Perlmutter's opinions were properly excluded, speculative, unsupported by any odinous who could be connected to the crimes. Okay, listen to this. Allen proffered third-party suspects who were unduly speculative and did not show Allen had not committed the murders. Listen to this. Holder had a confirmed alibi. Where? Where is Holder's rock solid confirmed alibi? Where is it?
Oh my God!
It doesn't exist. He has a flimsy alibi, just like Westfall. Furthermore, that they were able to omit it because Allen did not contend that Westfall, who's the only confirmed Odinist, could have committed the crimes by himself, because we all know this was not a single perpetrator crime. They say it's harmless beyond a reasonable doubt based on eyewitness testimony. And the allegation that Allen placed himself at the scene, which combined to identify Allen as bridge guy. They also are leaning on this .40 caliber cartridge cycled through his gun. Who says it's his gun other than Oberg? Yeah, are you seeing how flimsy this all is? The trial court properly denied Allen's motion to correct error. Allen did not show that the state offered demonstrably false testimony because he did not verify the date and timestamp on the surveillance video, nor did he establish a foundation for the FBI ping evidence. Allen had an adequate opportunity to impeach the witness with this evidence, but he strategically chose not to. This evidence would have not impeached Allen's confession to seeing the van. This court should affirm Allen's murder conviction. Flimsy, flimsy, flimsy. Let's read these. The court properly admitted evidence found pursuant to a valid search warrant of Allen's home. The search warrant for Allen's house validly established probable cause? No, because it was full of omissions and misrepresentations or lies. I'll skip this until we review it. Now, here's an insane one. Allen did not preserve the issue for appeal. Allen's Fourth Amendment challenge to admission of evidence suffers from multiple issue preservation problems. Now, I contend with this. Okay, Allen waived the issue entirely by failing to object to evidence at trial. You see this one? What do our lawyers think about that? Do we have any actually what's the word I want to use? Do we have any actually mentally competent, serious appellate attorneys who can comment upon this? And I don't mean the ones who've inserted themselves into the case who are a fucking joke. Competent, illustrious, vetted, successful appellate attorneys. Can you comment upon this? Because they're claiming here that a pretrial motion to suppress is insufficient to preserve the issue for appeal. This recent amendment, which is not effective until July 1st, allowing preservation through pretrial rulings, was not in effect at the time of the trial and is therefore inapplicable to this case. Is that true? Is it true that the motion to suppress does not meet the bar for including this in the issue preservation for appeal, because this team of attorneys failed to object to the evidence? Well, either way, listen, if these attorneys fail to object to this, and that motion to suppress is insufficient, then what we have there is called ineffective assistance of counsel, which is a post-conviction relief issue. Ineffective assistance of counsel. Because somebody tell me why in the fuck our defense team here did not object to this evidence. Allen's attorneys did not object when the state elicited testimony pertaining to the search of his home and affirmatively stated he had no objection to the admission of the gun and cartridge in the photographs of the Carhartt and knives. By failing to reassert his Fourth Amendment challenge at trial and instead stating he had no objection when the evidence was proffered, Allen has waived appellate review of his challenge to the warrant? Is that true? That can't be true. Please don't tell me it's true, because if that's true, then that adds to this shit. Let me bring this one up for you. Remember this bullshit? Okay, do you remember this bullshit right here? First joint stipulation regarding evidentiary matters. The parties agree, okay, that the items referenced below shall be self-authenticated without the necessity of a witness verifying origin, authenticity, or chain of custody. Okay? Videos at Westville, video recordings from the IDOC staff, door sheet notes, medical mental health records, items collected at the crime scene, items collected pursuant to the search warrant number 7, AT&T records containing pings, AT&T records of Liberty's German cell phone, the chain of custody for Liberty's cell phone, chain of custody for the firearms, the extractions by Bunner and Cecil, the extraction of German's phone, Derek German's, Harvest Store video. Are you fucking kidding me here? Sorry. That one. Now, here's another word that you have to pay attention to, which is generally. Okay, fundamental error review reviews generally do not undermine guilt. Fundamental error review is only available when a defendant claims fabrication or willful malfeasance by the investigating officers. Well, isn't that what the defense team continuously tried to present to Judge Gull was misconduct or bad faith by law enforcement? See, it's completely fucking flimsy here. Bullshit. Here's another one. Allen's assertion that Detective Liggett recklessly made false statements or material omissions is not a claim of willful malfeasance, only deliberate lies. They are deliberate lies. Intentionally misleading omissions could constitute willful malfeasance. Well, they were willful. The only statements Allen claims showed more than reckless disregard for truth are the two statements pertaining to a blue jacket. One of those statements, Allen's descriptions of the clothes he was wearing, is not properly before the court at all, as will be argued below. That leaves only Carbaugh's description of the coat available for fundamental error review. Excising that sole statement from the affidavit does not undermine the existence of probable cause. No, but collectively, all the shit does. And they play more word games here with, for both reasons, Allen's waived Frank's challenge is also not subject to fundamental error review. Bullshit. That's the purpose of the Franks. All 4 of them. Hello. All right. Even if the entire issue were not waived, the fourth way in which Allen alleges the magistrate was misled Allen's description of his clothing that day and his wife's confirmation that he owned a blue Carhartt jacket is raised for the first time on appeal. Allegations of error raised for the first time on appeal are waived. Ineffective assistance of counsel. The only false statements or material omissions identified by Allen were Blair's description of Bridge Guy and her disagreement with Carbaugh's sketch, Blair's description of the car parked at CPS, and Carbaugh's description of the man she saw walking. Allen did not identify Liggett's recitation of Allen's description of the clothes he was wearing and his wife's confirmation of his ownership of a blue Carhartt jacket as misleading statements or omissions supporting his Franks challenge. Because Allen's reliance on these statements is an improper appellate attempt to supplement his Franks challenge, this court should limit any consideration of the issue to only the first three ways that Allen contends the affidavit is misleading, as those were only allegations the trial court had an opportunity to consider. Finally, to the extent Allen suggests that success on this issue results in suppression of his confessions, that claim is doubly waived. First, although Allen challenged the admission of his confessions below on other grounds, he did not raise any Fourth Amendment challenge to their admission or object on the basis that they were the fruit of an unlawful search. A defendant may not object on one ground at trial and raise a different ground on appeal. Because Allen did not object to the admission of the statements on Fourth Amendment grounds in trial court, he is precluded from challenging their admission on that basis for the first time on appeal. Well, another case. If this is true, and if a highly esteemed, legitimate, successful, mentally sound appellate attorney would comment or chime in on this, we might know. Allen's bare assertion that his statements are suppressible fruit of the search is unsupported by cogent argument. All arguments must be supported by cogent reasoning and citation in authorities, and their failure to make a cogent argument waives a claim for appellate review. Allen's confessions must constitute evidence that derivatively gained as a result of information learned during the search, rather than through a means sufficiently distinguishable as to be purged of any taint from search to be suppressible. Allen does not explain how volunteered statements made to family, doctors, and correctional staff more than 5 months after the search of his house could constitute fruit of that search. It is not the court's province to develop an argument on Allen's behalf. Allen has not shown probable cause for the search warrant was predicated on false statements or material omissions. Yes, he has. It had to have been, because that search, that PCA in and of itself was so weak, flimsy, and obfuscated or convoluted that the judge would have clearly not signed that search warrant if the false statements and omissions were corrected. Allen has not shown probable cause. Waiver notwithstanding, Allen has not established a Franks violation. Probable cause exists to issue a warrant when the totality of circumstances set forth in the affidavit demonstrates a fair probability that the evidence of a crime will be found. Search warrants are presumptively valid, and in assessing whether an affidavit established probable cause, doubtful cases should be resolved in favor of upholding the warrant. A defendant may invalidate a warrant by proving a preponderance of the evidence that the affidavit used to obtain the warrant contains perjury by the affiant. It did. You see what I'm saying? This is what's I'm saying, how flimsy this is and how mind-boggling it is. The argument is that a preponderance of the evidence is that the affidavit used to obtain contained perjury by Tony Liggett, and that there was a reckless disregard for the truth. and that the rest of the affidavit, if you would remove those falsehoods and include the omissions, would not contain a sufficiently material enough evidence in totality to constitute probable cause. And that is the argument. So this means nothing. This is just a bunch of words. And this is a very immature statement from this team here. It says, a defendant does not even receive a Frank's hearing unless he first makes a substantial preliminary showing that both the affiant knowingly or intentionally or with reckless disregard for the truth made false statements in the affidavit, and that the false statements were necessary in the finding of probable cause. But that is exactly what was said. Now, look at how they twist this one too. Now they're going to, this is the spin. Remember, this is narrative control. This is propaganda. Trust me, this whole thing right here is propaganda. Mistakes, read the quotations, right? Mistakes and inaccuracies of fact in a search warrant affidavit will not vitiate the reliability of the affidavit so long as mistakes were innocently made. So here, what the state of Indiana is saying right here, in my opinion, is that, these were just mistakes that Tony Liggett made and inaccuracies. It's just mistakes, innocent mistakes. Who believes that? Who out there believes that Tony Liggett mistakenly lied and mistakenly made mistakes and omissions in that search warrant application? It's clear to anyone who reads this shit that it's not, these are not mistakes. These are willful misrepresentations of witness statements and willful omissions of material facts that would lead a reasonable person to, more likely than not, see that this doesn't fit and that search warrant should not be signed. They continue. Allegations of negligence or innocent mistakes are insufficient. The burden to prove deliberate falsehoods or reckless disregard for the truth as opposed to innocent or negligent mistakes is a high bar. Again, these are not innocent mistakes by Tony Liggett. These are not innocent mistakes, and these are not innocent omissions. These are willful, pointed misrepresentations of witness statements and willful, pointed, intentional omissions, which were all necessary to piece together a probable cause affidavit that a judge would sign. They continue the gaslighting. Although it's not practical for police to include every piece of information relating to an investigation of probable cause affidavit, an affidavit should include all material facts, which includes those that cast doubt on the existence of probable cause. To invalidate a warrant based on alleged omissions, the defendant must show that the police omitted facts with the intent to make or recklessly disregard, whether they thereby made the affidavit misleading, which is exactly what the appeals attorneys are saying. And two, the inclusion of omitted information renders the affidavit insufficient to establish probable cause. Well, both of those things are the claims by the appellate attorneys, the defense attorneys, and the entire community out here. We're saying without the lies and omissions from Tony Liggett, the search warrant would have never been sufficient. Or the probable cause affidavit would have never been sufficient to sign the search warrant. Now it gets better. The affidavit does not contain false statements. Now, you guys get ready here. Liggett's representation that Sarah Carbo reported seeing a muddy and bloody man who was wearing a blue-colored jacket and blue jeans was not a false statement. Yes, it was. Much less one made knowingly or intentionally with reckless disregard for the truth. Allen's claim of falsity rests on the video of Carbo's June 2017 interview, where she is only heard describing the man as muddy and not bloody. And she said he wore a tan or lighter colored coat with dark hoodie underneath. Now, here's where they do the twist. Here's the spin. But Carbo was interviewed 3 times, all before the warrant affidavit was prepared. And Allen ignores Carbo's description of the man in her second and third interviews, which show that neither representation was false. Yes, it was. If you have a lying ass witness, okay, and you pick and choose from this non-credible witness only that for which suits your purposes to frame a man, then you are willfully, with malfeasance, deciding to pick and choose only what suits your purposes of framing this particular individual, and you're omitting key facts that would give the judge pause or concern that there is something wrong with that particular witness's testimony or statement. Carbo believed that she used the term bloody once in the first interview. And listen to this one. Oh my God, dude. Listen to this one. Now, moving on from the tan jacket, let's go to the bloody component. Let's go to the bloody. Carbo believed that she used the term bloody once in the first interview, but that it could not be heard on video because she was mumbling. Oh my God. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude. Oh my God. Bruh. I believe I said bloody, but you just can't hear it because I was mumbling. Just like Holman believes he read the Miranda warning before he pressed record. Oh yeah. And just like Betsy Blair believes she saw Abby and Libby, but can't be sure. Allen acknowledged that this lying ass bitch changed her story and that she described the man as bloody 16 times in her third interview and not muddy once. And said he looked like he had slaughtered a pig. Oh my God. Can we say Benjamin Mears? Can we say Benjamin Mears?
It was our job to help law enforcement.
That's right, Sarah Carba. That's right. It was our job to help law enforcement. This person who does not at all match who Betsy Blair saw, this totally different person from Betsy. But remember this, okay? Remember this, right? Remember that piece. Please don't forget it. And remember this piece and this piece. Okay? Moving on. In Carbaugh's second interview, she corrected her previous inaccurate statement that the coat was tan. No, she changed her story. She said that the man wore a blue coat. Now, here's the kicker with this one. She told police that the man in the bridge guy photo was the same man she saw on the road, and the bridge guy was wearing a blue coat. Therefore, she must have seen a guy in a blue coat, because even though she just in the nearest to the crime, in the nearest point in time to witnessing this individual, even though she said tan and muddy, well, I don't know. I guess I was wrong, because as soon as I saw this bridge guy photo, then I realized, oh, it must have not. I must have been wrong. It must have not been tan. It must have been blue, because this bridge guy is wearing blue. You know, the bridge guy who looks exactly like this, according to Betsy Blair. Liggett's representation that Carbaugh said the man was wearing a blue coat was not false. Yes, it was. You should have said, Liggett, the witness, Sarah Carbaugh, says that she saw a man either wearing a tan coat or sweater or a blue coat or sweater, and she changed it to blue as soon as she saw the photograph we released of bridge guy. You should have said that, and it would have not been an egregious omission. You misrepresented that she only said she saw a blue Carhartt or blue coat, and you omitted that she didn't say that until she saw the photograph of the man on the bridge. And they continue. Law enforcement interviewed huge numbers of witnesses, in many cases more than once. And many of those interviews, including specifically the interview of this uncredible witness, Sarah Carbaugh, took place years before Liggett was preparing the affidavit. He may not even have remembered that 5 years earlier she had once described the coat as tan or had not said bloody, given her overall certainty that she saw bridge guy and he was bloody. So now we're saying, oh, well, he was just incompetent. It was a difficult job, and many years had passed, and he probably just didn't remember. That's why he made these inaccurate falsehood statements and omissions. Allen also claims the affidavit omitted material information by failing to include details of Blair's description of the car saw parked at Old CPS that were inconsistent with Allen's Ford Focus, and details of Blair's description of the man she saw on the bridge that were inconsistent with Allen's appearance. Allen did not show that these omissions were designed to mislead or made with reckless disregard about whether they would mislead, nor did he show that the inclusion of this information would have defeated probable cause. Allen points to nothing beyond the omissions themselves as proof that Liggett was being intentionally or recklessly misleading. False. If the judge would have seen that Betsy Blair said that this was a guy in his 20s or 30s with poofy hair that saw this vehicle that was a 1965 Mercury Comet, and if you would have then demonstrated to the judge that Allen in 2017 did not have poofy hair, did not appear to be in his 20s or 30s, and did not drive a car that resembled a 1965 Mercury comet, the judge surely would have not signed that search warrant. Liggett included information that a second witness, Terry Wilson, saw a car parked there only minutes before Blair described the car as a purple PT Cruiser, a small SUV type vehicle, which is a different vehicle. Then they say, oh, well, if Liggett were lying or something, he wouldn't have said those things. No, he would have, because the point there is that you're trying to now include Terry Wilson, who's seeing something like a purple PT Cruiser, a small SUV type vehicle, because you think that more closely matches a Ford Focus. That's why he would include that. Well, were Liggett attempting to create an impression that the witness had given descriptions inconsistent, then he would not have included those inconsistent details from the second witness. Yes, he would have, because that's the only thing that resembles anything like a Ford Focus. So you omitted the car, the description of the car, as being a 1965 Comet, but you included the purple PT Cruiser, small SUV type vehicle, because that's where you're twisting the truth and misleading the judge. Then they come up with some really fucking logical leap that indeed, had Liggett included Blair's description, it would have only emphasized that the probative value of the information was not that the witnesses had given a reliable description of the car's appearance, that their description were not consistent with each other, and rather the information was probative because both witnesses had seen a single car parked in a suspicious manner at this location at a time when other evidence established reason to believe it was Allen's car. No, don't work that way. If you would have shown that a 1965 Comet was parked in that location, the judge would have had reason to suspect that it was not a contemporary Ford Focus. This is mind-numbing. Now they're doing another leap of logic. The video from Liberty German's phone established probable cause to believe that Bridge Guy was the murderer. No way. It established probable cause to believe that Bridge Guy may have abducted the girls. That is all. Probable cause to believe Allen was Bridge Guy rested on the following facts. Okay, let's analyze this. Bridge Guy encountered Abby and Libby on the High Bridge at 2:13. 2:13. Around or shortly after 1:30, a group of girls passed a single man on the trail walking towards High Bridge. Brianna Wilbur identified the picture of Bridge Guy as the man they passed. Anna Spath similarly identified the man as wearing a blue coat, and the girls said the man had said nothing to them, although Rayleigh Voorhees said hi to him. Blair was walking the trail to the High Bridge and back between 1:46 and 2:15 p.m. When she reached High Bridge, she saw the man in the Bridge Guy photograph standing at the first platform of the bridge as she passed Abigail and Liberty walking toward High Bridge as she was walking back to the trail entrance. No! All of that is assumptions, not fact. And now another logical leap. None of these witnesses saw any other male on the trail during this time frame who could have been Bridge Guy. Therefore, it must have been Richard Allen. No. Allen himself provided the reasonable ground for believing he was the man witnesses saw, and thus that he was Bridge Guy. Allen originally told police he was on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30 p.m. Where's the proof? He says between 12 or noon and 1:30 or maybe 1:45. Where's the proof that he said between 1:30 and 3:30 p.m.? It does not exist. He said he passed a group of girls without speaking to them as he walked toward High Bridge. He went out onto the first platform and that he did not see Bridge Guy. Well, maybe because he's there between noon and 1:30, so he sees a different group of girls. Did you ever think of that? If he's there an entire hour and a half earlier or two, isn't it likely that he saw an entirely different group of girls who were also there at the noon hour and not at the 2 to 3 hour? It's as if all they're doing is doubling down on the bullshit narrative and the lies in the probable cause affidavit. This is extremely flimsy. This created a reasonable probability that Allen was Bridge Guy and therefore the murderer, regardless of any discrepancies between Blair's description of the man she saw and Allen. No. Blair's description of the man was not the foundation on which Allen's identification as Bridge Guy rested, and the affidavit did not need to remove all doubt or definitively establish that Allen was the man the witnesses saw and recognized as Bridge Guy for probable cause to exist. Allen placed himself on the trail passing the girls. Which girls? See, this is what I'm saying. This is how it's all twisted. He placed himself in the area at an earlier time, passing some girls, not the girls. Blair's description of that individual and Blair's sketch of that individual that I'm going to keep throwing in your face, this one, would indicate that she did not see Richard Allen. And remember, Blair never claimed that Allen was the individual she intended to portray in that sketch, or that Allen was the individual that she saw with her own two eyes. And they try to downplay this. They say, oh, in this context, it is not particularly significant that Blair thought Bridge Guy looked younger than Allen his age or had longer hair, because had Allen not placed himself on the bridge at the same approximate time that Blair saw Bridge Guy, those discrepancies between Blair's description and Allen's appearance might be significant as to existent probable cause. Her description of the man would be the sole foundation on which Allen's identification as Bridge Guy rested. But Allen's statement placing himself on the bridge right at the time the man Blair saw there by itself creates a solid foundation to reasonably believe he might be Bridge Guy, regardless of any discrepancies in the description of his age or hair. And what about the discrepancies between old Bridge Guy, young Bridge Guy, Sarah Carbine and Betsy Blair? After all, Blair only saw the man briefly from 50 feet away. It stands to reason to believe that her perception of his clothing might be more accurate than her perception of his age or the length of his hair. No, she said 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10. This is a facial identification sheet. Okay, this is a sketch. That's a 10 out of 10. 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. From 50 feet away. Now they twist another fact, okay? It was Allen himself who provided probable cause to believe it was his car parked at the old CPS between 1:30 and 3:30. No, he did not. That's another misrepresentation. He told police that was where he was parked and that no other car was parked there. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He told police that he parked on the other side of Freedom Bridge out off of that Samuel Milroy Road. Okay? That's where he said he parked. He didn't say he parked at the old CPS building. He said he parked at the old State Farm building over off Samuel Milroy Road, which means he then would have crawled up that path, walked the trail until he passed Freedom Bridge. He would have went over Freedom Bridge. He would have went beyond Freedom Bridge. Then he would have went to High Bridge, which means he would have never been at the old CPS building. All of this, time and location, are completely different. He would have been at a different place, which is at Samuel Milroy Road on the other side of Freedom Bridge at 12 to 1:30, not at CPS building at 1:30 to 3:30. Why do we have a hard time accepting the truth of the matter? This is the murder of 2 little girls. The truth of the matter should be what matters here. This was corroborated by the Harvest Store video, which shows a car matching Allen's Ford Focus driving toward the CPS building at 1:27 p.m. No, it doesn't. You don't know which direction he's headed, if he's coming, if he's going, if it's even his car or a car that looks similar to his. And by the way, where are the other videos from all of those cameras around that building? As a matter of fact, where's even the one video? Why are we stuck with screenshots? All right. Please let me, we're moving on to number 2 here, which is about the confessions. But please give me a moment. I got myself all worked up. I want to go refresh my water and grab a little chocolate. So give me 1 minute or 30 seconds because I'll run. But we're going to move on to the confessions now. Trust me, you're going to be pissed. Okay, thank you for the patience. The court properly admitted Allen's confessions. Wow. We're going to figure out what this says. Although Allen did not preserve the issue, ineffective assistance of counsel, the trial court properly admitted confessions Allen made to his family, Dr. Walla, with the cleavage, with the gray hues, with the cleavage, the perfume, the hair dye, the big sexy eyes, blowing kisses, rubbing legs, the watching of gray hues, Rick Snay, Anthony Greeno, Teresa, Bob Mata, douche intuition. Sure, Sure. That woman, Delphi fangirl. Okay. The issue is unpreserved as far as the settlement. Who cares? That was a stupid move by the attorneys. Okay. It was irrelevant anyway. What's more relevant is that what the fuck would you expect when you have inmates and guards wearing Norse pagan tattoos and insignias on their uniforms, threatening to kill you, threatening to kill your wife, to kill your mother, to kill your daughter. Putting you in solitary confinement for over a fucking year, force medicating you. He affirmatively stated he had no objection to the documents memorializing his confessions, and he objected only on a different basis to recordings of confessions to a family member. Both the Allen's confessions were voluntary. Here we go with the gaslight. Both the federal and state constitutions prohibit the admission of involuntary confessions. Come on, y'all. Come on, bloodlusters, Patty family, Troll Farm. Look at me. Look at me right here. Right? Look at me. You do realize that those confessions were involuntary, made under duress, under threats of death to him and his family, and under a period of deep psychosis in which he was eating his own shit and other stuff. You do. Can you at least acknowledge that bit of truth? Both voluntary. A confession is involuntary when a person's, listen to this, free will has been overborne by violence, threats. I'm going to kill your wife and your family, and we're going to kill you. Promises, or here we go, other improper influence. Key term there. Other improper influence. Under the federal constitution, the state must prove voluntariness by a preponderance of the evidence, and the ultimate determination of voluntariness is reviewed de novo, although underlying factual determinations are reviewed only for clear error. Under the state constitution, voluntariness must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, but the trial court's determination of voluntariness is reviewed as other sufficiency matters. An appellate court will not reweigh the evidence of voluntariness and views the evidence in the light most favorable to the trial court's ruling. If there is a substantial probative value or if there is substantial probative evidence supporting the court's conclusion that the statement was voluntary, that conclusion will not be set aside. Coercive state action is a prerequisite to involuntariness under both constitutions. Hello, what do you think we're dealing with? Coercive state action is a necessary predicate to finding of involuntariness under the federal constitution. It's called solitary confinement for 13 fucking months, guys. The Constitution is not concerned with moral and psychological pressures to confess emanating from sources other than official coercion. This remains true even when a defendant suffers from mental illness. Although Allen asserts coercive state action is not a prerequisite under the Indiana Constitution, he provides no analysis to support this assertion, and the Indiana Supreme Court has never held this. State constitutional questions are resolved by examining the language of the text. the history of its drafting and ratification, case law interpreting it, and the purpose and structure of our Constitution. As explained in Section B below, under the Indiana Constitution, the prohibition of the use of involuntary statements in criminal cases rests solely on Article 1, Section 14's protection against self-incrimination. Section 14 protects only against compelled testimony. It is a right not to be forced to speak. And the compulsion it protects against is state compulsion. Allen identifies nothing in history, text, or precedent that suggests Section 14 protects against a compulsion to confess that is independent of any state action, or that it applies to volunteered statements made in response to police interrogation, state-compelled questioning. Without coercive state action, there can be no compelled testimony under Section 14. Coercive state action is absent in this case. Bullshit. None of the usual hallmarks of police coercion are present in this case. Bullshit. Allen's confessions were entirely volunteered statements. They were not made in response to any law enforcement interrogation. Technically true, but under law enforcement's direction and state collusion, conditions were established and threats were made by state actors, which would equate to law enforcement coercion by proxy. Furthermore, listen to this. Allen was not subjected to torture, beatings, or physical abuse by law enforcement. Bruh. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
He was not threatened with harm. He was. Boy. Shit is deep in this document. The alleged coercive state action in this case rests solely on the conditions of Allen's confinement in restricted housing unit. But the conditions of Allen's confinement did not rise to the level of coercive state action, rendering his confessions involuntary. Bullshit. He had guards and other prisoners threatening to murder him and his family. He was also in highly unusual confinement conditions for a prolonged period of time while undergoing a serious psychotic episode or series of psychotic episodes. While the conditions of an individual's confinement prior to confession may bear on the question of whether the government conduct was coercive, the mere fact that a defendant was held in disciplinary segregation or solitary confinement prior to making a statement is not sufficient to constitute the requisite coercion. Yes, but if you combine that with the forced medication, with the threats from all of the people in his environment, and you combine that with the solitary confinement, all of those do constitute requisite coercion. Conditions of confinement rise to the level of psychological coercion or compulsion, rendering statements involuntary only when, listen to the quotation, only when they are so severe as to be intolerable circumstances that constitute outrageous conduct by the authorities. Excuse me. Doesn't that sound like intolerable circumstance constituting outrageous conduct by the state? To have him eating his own shit, being threatened with the murder of himself and his family, with written confessions being held up in front of his face for him to read on the phone to his fucking family members. That doesn't fucking sound like outrageous conduct by the state of Indiana to you? Conduct constituted or created or are conducted with the goal of coercing confessions out of him. And as I've said before, it wasn't. The conditions were established such to pressure him to the extent that he would go take the plea deal. The confessions were merely a byproduct of that pressure that was put on him. Now, you guys listen to this, because this right here going to make you want to bitch slap McClellan. I'm serious. I'm legally blind. Bruh. Listen to this one. This is not, this is the complete denial of reality by the Attorney General's Office of the State of Indiana. Listen to this. Allen's confinement conditions were not outrageous or barbaric. Bruh. Excuse me. Can no one in politics, can no one in the Attorney General's office, can no one in the prosecutor's office, can no one in the fucking family of these Delphi murder victims, can no one in Delphi, actually, can no one in Indiana, can no one in the world actually see that Allen's confinement conditions were absolutely outrageous and completely barbaric? Can you not? And then they go to describe how wonderful Westville was. You know, they go to describe how absolutely wonderful Allen's confinement was. Look, although his cell was small, it's the same size as other restricting housed cells. And he was furnished with a mattress and a bed frame, a toilet and a sink, and he had a window and he could dim the light in his cell, and he never claimed the temperature was inappropriate. It is undisputed that Allen was offered regular, nutritionally sufficient food and drink, and was given all his prescribed medications. He had access to commissary. He was provided with laundry service and clean sets of clothes every week. And even on constant suicide watch, he was provided with a suicide smock to wear. And you know, he could shower 3 times per week. And except when precluded by suicide watch status, he received 1 hour of recreation time 5 days a week. And you know, he was allowed to have a Bible and other books and crossword puzzles. And he was offered television for his cell, but declined. You know, it was wonderful. It's like the Ritz-Carlton in there. And then more fluff. He was never incommunicado. He was appointed legal counsel and received both in-person visits and private phone conversations with his attorneys. He received at least 2 in-person visits with his wife, a privilege afforded to no other inmate in restricted housing. He could receive weekly visits from a chaplain. He had a tablet in his cell and make phone calls. When he broke his tablet, he was given a second one, also a privilege afforded no other inmate. He could listen to music, watch movies, play games, send messages. He also received regular medical and mental health. He was checked on regularly by medical staff. Yeah, how did he end up beating the shit out of himself? He was purple, black, and blue and had a black eye. And what about the man down incident? All that shit? So, yeah, it's just perfect. He was absolutely perfect. He's like he had everything. He had everything. He also received daily checks by Dr. Walla, you know, Gray Hughes, Delphi After Dark, Anthony Greeno, Criminality, Bob Modus, Douche Intuition. Thus, all of Allen's needs were met. He was given food, clothing, shelter from the elements, access to sunlight, basic hygiene, medical care, mental health care, opportunity for exercise, opportunity for intellectual stimulation, opportunity for spiritual care, contact with loved ones, contact with attorneys. These conditions were not so barbaric as to overcome a person's will. Really? Really? Moreover, except for the several ways in which he would receive more favorable treatment, his confinement conditions were identical to any inmate in restricted housing. And then here we go with another gaslight, because now that they've filled your ears with bullshit, right? Under the logic of Allen's argument, thus, no statements made by inmates in restricted housing or their jail phone calls or Mirandized interviews could ever be admissible, but he cites no authority, and the state is aware of none that support such novel preposition. That is because the conditions of restricted housing, while undesirable, are far cry from what is necessary to create an involuntary confession. Allen's confessions were not caused by the allegedly coercive conduct. For a confession to be involuntary, the coercive state action must be causally related to the confession. It was. Allen's argument assumes the conditions of his confinement caused his brief period of psychosis, and that his psychosis caused his confessions. But both premises are belied by the record. Moreover, the state did not attempt to deliberately exploit Allen's confinement or mental illness to procure a confession. Bullshit. You see what I mean? How, like, what is this? The confinement conditions did not cause Allen's confessions. It's about the fifth time they've said this. The conditions did not become more oppressive before the confessions nor did they become more benign before Allen stopped confessing. And the state never made any threats or promises regarding those conditions predicated on his cooperation or willingness to confess. Moreover, the confessions were not coextensive with Allen's period of psychosis. Yes, they were. He began confessing before he was psychotic. No. Go back and look at the descriptions of Allen, even upon booking, when he first entered. He was already flipping his shit. But they're good. Here we go with the gaslights, right? And of course, we're omitting the fact that you better fucking confess or we'll kill your wife and family. You know, we're omitting that. And we're also omitting the facts of, remember Robert Baston wrote all those letters and saying Rick Allen is being abused and tortured. They're hitting him with the shock vest. All the inmates are threatening to kill him. They're calling him a kid killer, a baby killer. They're slamming the doors so that he can't sleep. Remember all that shit from Robert Baston? Yeah, we're just forgetting about that, right? Allen was already confessing in early April 2023. Yes, because he was fucking off his rocker by April 2023. But it was not until April 13th that Allen became gravely disabled. Excuse me, that 13 days? 13? 13? Another 13. Okay, 13. Okay, so early April, which is just a mere week or two before he's really gravely disabled, psychotic, but identified by doctors. You don't think there's a what do you call it? A curve there? You don't think there's a curve to this psychosis? I would say a bell curve, but it's more like an inverted bell curve. You think just all of a sudden on April 13th, he just all of a sudden becomes absolutely psychotic, starts confessing? It's a gradual downward spiral. So yeah, early April, he starts confessing because he's already fucking going down that downward spiral into that part of the bell curve. Allen was already confessing in early April, and by April 13th, Allen became gravely disabled. And April 14th, that his psychosis and manic behavior became significant, and he was involuntarily started on an antipsychotic medication. Yeah, because in early April, and I would assume probably in March or February, he was already starting this downward spiral. You know who would probably know that very well? Kathy Allen. By May 2nd and 3rd, Allen no longer exhibited significant symptoms of psychosis, manic behavior, or lack of impulse control, and he never thereafter presented any significant, there's a key word, symptoms of psychosis or mania, but continued confessing. His most detailed confessions were on April 5th and May 3rd, before and after his psychosis. No, bitch! That's the thing. This is a curve. You go into a psychosis gradually, weeks on end. You stay down there weeks on end, and you come out of it sometimes for a year on end. Have you not ever known anyone that had a psychotic breakdown? Sometimes it takes years to come out of those. Where are the doctors? Excuse me. Our highly esteemed, prestigious mental health professionals out there in the world, where are you? Our psychologists who actually know about confessions, false confessions, psychosis, the natural curve of psychotic episodes from those suffering from major depressive disorder on Prozac, force medicated with Haldol. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, especially those who might be experts in individuals who are mentally ill in solitary confinement. Could you please reach out to the Delphi community and give us your opinions on this? Because as just a civilian out here, not knowing anything about it, I can tell you, I know that when you go into a deep psychotic episode like this, it takes a long time. Well, it takes time to go in, and then I know this, it takes a long time to come out of it. Neural networks have to reform. Like, you don't understand this shit ain't just like a bad dream where you all of a sudden your neural networks, you just go into a bad dream, then you pop out of it and then everything's just fine. That's not how it works. Your whole shit gets rewired. And you literally have to come out of it and rebuild that wiring into healthy connections so that you can function in a normal state of mind. It can take years to rebuild those neural connections. But they keep doubling down on the bullshit. You see, early April has nothing to do with the conditions of confinement or the impact of mental health. He experienced a markedly stressful event around the beginning of April. He received his legal discovery. That there goes McClellan's bullshit. That's McClellan's shit. Oh, he got his discovery and he flipped his shit. He started confessing. See, he received his legal discovery at the end of March, beginning April, and he had a meeting with his attorneys on April 3rd. His behavior began to change and worsen immediately after. There you go, fucking bloodlusters. Hey, stupid ass. Delulu bitches. Stupid ass. There you go, okay? Fuck you, Delulu. Bloodlusters. They take coincidences of timing to try to downplay a serious, absolutely real. Like, that's the thing I'm saying. How do you rectify the fact they are force medicating Richard Allen with Haldol? How do you rectify that fact with the allegation or the story you're trying to convey that he's acting and that he only started this shit after he got his discovery and met with his lawyers? How the fuck do you rectify that? If he's just acting, if this is only because he got his discovery, how the fuck do you rectify the fact that those doctors are force medicating him? Can't have it both ways. But they go with the gaslight. The horrifying things he did to Abby and Libby. The state had sufficient evidence for a jury to convict him. And the realization his family would be seeing these images of what he had done. And then he found Jesus. Remember that one from the Troll Farm? Remember Troll Farm? That's who I'm yelling at, because these Troll Farm, they went and simped absolutely every fucking gaslighting point dreamed up by themselves, by the YouTubers and Nick McClellan. Because look, don't forget this. Nick McClellan was working with the YouTuber, the bloodluster fucking YouTubers. The same ones who identified Rick Allen out in the public, and the same ones who handed Rick Allen on a platter to them, to the Unified Command and the prosecution. Those same YouTubers through this whole process were working with Nick McClellan and Unified Command this whole fucking time, and they still are. Oh, he found Jesus. He found God. This is basically what the past few pages, it's all Troll Farm talking points we've been reading. Basically at this point, the Attorney General's office of the state of Indiana is Troll Farm. Okay, Troll Farm. It's your Troll Farm. You just read about 5 pages of Troll Farm. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Here's another one. Here's another fucking gaslight. Allen was validly transferred to the IDOC as a safekeeper. Bullshit. Let me bring this one up. How many of you remember this? Okay, gonna just refresh you on this one, because I'm telling you, you guys who are new to Delphi, I hope that you really listen to this and pay attention to every detail in this case, especially on this channel, because what you're going to learn is so appalling. You would never believe it's possible in this day and age. It's absolutely unbelievable. Allen was validly transferred to the IDOC as safekeeper. No, he was not. Let's talk about that. This is what happened because see, you got to understand. They knew that they had to put Allen into Westville, to put him in a pressure cooker, in the absolute worst place they could put him in the state of Indiana, where they had these guards, where they had this warden, and where they had this insane Delphi fangirl doctor. This one. Gray Hughes, Delphi After Dark, Anthony Greeno, Criminality, Defense Diaries, Sleuth Intuition. They knew they had to put him into Westville with that bitch, with Gallipo, with those Odinist guards, and put him in solitary confinement for a fucking year to get this plea deal out of him. So the way that they did that, they had the judge over his case, who just happens to be related to one of the prosecutors. Okay, they had this judge, Diener, the same fucking judge who blamed the community and the YouTubers for bloodlust before he recused himself. Well, here's why he recused himself. Because what they had him do, this guy, Benjamin Diener, he authored a safekeeping request for Rick Allen after he was arrested. Immediately after he was arrested, this judge, Benjamin Diener, authors a safekeeping order. Okay, he hands that a safekeeping request. He hands the safekeeping request that he authored to the sheriff, who then signs it and hands it right back to him, which he then ordered. So in other words, this judge authored the safekeeping request that he then signed. And he did that because the sheriff couldn't fucking do it. They had to have it done successfully. They had to have it done to the letter of the law. So the way they ensured that that happened, they got Benjamin Diener to author it perfectly so it would be perfect, hand it to Tobe Leazenby, who then would fucking sign it, and then hand it right back to Benjamin Diener, who then signed it, and then immediately fucking recused himself from the case because he said he was scared of the public and YouTube. And that single action alone resulted in the conviction of Richard Allen. Because that single action alone placed him in the hands of the IDOC, which I guarantee you already had a deal made, a plan made, that he was going directly into Westville. If you think this shit wasn't discussed beforehand, you're absolutely out of your minds. Benjamin Diener, Nicholas McClellan, and Unified Command already knew and had discussed with the IDOC or John Gallipo the fact that they were going to throw his ass in Westville. And so they ensured that that happened, and that it happened to the letter of the law and was unimpeachable by having the judge draft the fucking safekeeping request, handing it to the guy, taking it back, putting his signature on it, and ordering him into safekeeping, the hands of IDOC, who then succinctly places him right on in to Westville, where he spent a year and a month of his fucking life in solitary confinement, being threatened by Odin's guards, medicated by this goddamn insane Delphi fangirl, and threatened by all the inmates, all in an attempt to coerce a plea deal out of him. And when that failed, because he was bullheaded, he wouldn't agree to that fucking guilty plea. Then they were forced to take this shit to trial, so they delayed as long as humanly possible. They got themselves some compromised judges, a compromised judge. They got themselves some compromised lawyers. They got themselves a compromised jury, and they secured a conviction. And after they secured that conviction, they went like a bunch of fucking maniacs and did the most obscene post-sentencing press conference you've ever seen. And we're going to be covering that soon. The PR in this case has been the most obscene PR you've ever seen in your life. Not just on social media with all of these pedophiles who run around this YouTubes and Facebook controlling the narrative, and Twitter, but also the Indiana State Police for years has done the most obscene PR you've ever seen in your life. Every single press conference, okay, from the very first one, okay, and then every subsequent press conference, the 2019 change of direction, the arrest of Richard Allen press conference, and then the post-sentencing press conference, every one of those was spearheaded by Doug Carter, except for the very first one. They were all absolutely just bewildering. You've never seen anything as fucking... It's like theater. It's like theater. Like, for years, we could not figure out Doug Carter with all of these riddles, right? These rhymes, these tentacles, and the shack, and the on my deathbed I'll be thinking about these girls, and I want what the family wants, and the licking of his lips looking at the sister of the victim, and all the weird, most bizarre fucking shit you've ever seen in your fucking life. From the look of fucking Shane Evans' face, like he's shitting his pants. You know, you've never seen anything so obscene as the Indiana State Police and the entire Unified Command, all of these press conferences they've done over the years. And I'm kind of going out on a tangent, but I mean, that post-sentencing press conference was absolutely the most obscene one of them all that I've ever seen in my life. Anyhow, I guess I got sidetracked. But Allen's other state constitutional challenges are meritless. The admission of Allen's confessions did not violate the due course of law. Okay? Allen has waived his claim under Article 1, Section 15 because he raises it for the first time on appeal. In his motion to suppress and at the pretrial hearing, Allen alleged violations only under Sections 12, 13, and 14 of the Indiana Constitution. He did not allege a violation under Section 15. At trial, he merely incorporated his arguments from the pretrial hearing. Constitutional claims raised for the first time on appeal are waived, which means ineffective assistance of counsel. Regardless, our Supreme Court has specifically declined to interpret Article 1, Section 15 as prohibiting anything more than physical abuse. Okay, Allen has not contended, either in trial, court, or appeal, that he was subjected to physical torture or beatings by correctional staff. His complaints about the conditions of confinement do not present a viable Section 15 claim. Harmless error. Even if all the confessions were involuntary, is that an admission? Even if all confessions were involuntary, their admission into evidence is harmless. Harmless. Oh, was it harmless to have barbecues with the jurors? Was it harmless to have meetings with the jurors? Was it harmless to have someone go tell the jury all about Keegan Kline and then tell them that Allen was absolutely, definitively, absolutely connected to Keegan Kline, working with Keegan Kline, and that Keegan Kline told him that the girls were going to be out there that day, and that's why he went and killed the girls? Was that harmless error? The timeline, eyewitness evidence, including Allen's initial statements to police, alone creates an overwhelming certainty that Allen was Bridge Guy and thus the murderer. No, it doesn't. That's another falsity. The timeline is totally fucking bonk, right? The eyewitness testimony is totally contradictory. It's totally flaky. They all present themselves as not credible witnesses, and they've all changed their stories multiple times over the years, including the family members. None of that creates certainty that's overwhelming that Richard Allen is Bridge Guy. As a matter of fact, it more likely than not creates a large degree of doubt that Richard Allen could be Bridge Guy. Furthermore, there's no proof that Bridge Guy is the murderer. Where's the proof of the murderer? Where is the proof of who murdered these girls? Where's the weapon? Where are the people who were involved? Where are the eyewitnesses? Where are the other individuals who confessed to these murders, including Megan Allen, Ron Logan, Keegan Kline, remember that Brad Holder said that Patrick Westfall and his crew killed those girls. Where are all of those confessions? And then they continue to repeat the bullshit narrative that Allen admitted he began. So they repeat the whole thing. Here's another lie. By 2:32 p.m., Liberty German's phone had stopped moving. And by 3:11 p.m., Liberty German was not answering the phone. She and Abigail Williams had failed to meet him. Okay, here's what you're leaving out. At 5:45, someone is handling the phone and plugs something into the headphone jack. And at 10:32 p.m., someone removes from the headphone jack. How about this? There were several other individuals in or near in the location of the crime scene during the entire pre-crime, crime, post-crime, and that entire window of time. What about all of that? Okay. They continue with all the bullshit. Now, here they go with the attempting to salvage the poor decisions and flagrant abuse of Judge Gull. The trial court made proper evidentiary rulings. The trial court's evidentiary rulings were correct and did not deprive Allen of his right to present a defense. Trial judges are better at making evidentiary calls than appellate judges. Therefore, trial courts are given wide deference in this area. Who says so? Says who? Oh, so are we to believe here? Okay, if you were to go with that logic, you would have to believe that there's never been a viable appeal of trial court rulings. So if you were to follow this logic, you would have to say that trial court judges always make the proper rulings. Therefore, their decisions and their rulings should never be overturned or remedied. I mean, can you believe this? The fact that there are appeals, like let's take the state of Indiana, for instance. Approximately 10% of the time, appeals are successful, which means at least 10% of the time, at a bare minimum, there are constitutional violations and trial court errors. So although 90% of the time, in the most conservative estimation, you might give the deference and say that, well, trial courts are right 90% of the time. Who's to say that this isn't one of those 10% of the time when the trial court erred egregiously? An erroneous evidentiary ruling is harmless. If given all the evidence in the case, the error's probable impact does not undermine the confidence in the outcome. Federal constitutional errors must be harmless beyond a reasonable doubt, meaning that they did not contribute to the verdict. Well, this is the whole fucking case here. Judge Gull's decisions and rulings absolutely did prejudice the jury and contribute to the verdict, because the verdict was guilty. She only gave the jury one choice. She denied him ability to present a defense. She denied the admission of all these other confessions, of all these other investigations. She limited it so much to the extent that the jury had no other way to explain. And don't even forget to include the concept that unified command and law enforcement itself committed egregious errors and willful errors in this, like the destruction of multitudes of evidence. Like, think about this. All of the tips that never made it to the defense because they were sanitized, the tip line was sanitized. All the reports that were sanitized, never handed over. All of the 70 days of video footage of interrogations and investigation that was deleted. a marathon footage that was deleted. All of the law enforcement shit. You know, the case was whitewashed or sanitized before it ever even went to pretrial preparation. Now, this one's going to make you mad. Let me get ready. The investigatory sketch of Bridge Guy properly excluded as inadmissible. Allen has waived the issue. The trial court granted the state's motion to eliminate to exclude the police sketch from Blair's description of the man she saw on the bridge. Rulings on motions in limine do not preserve errors for appeal. Allen did not attempt to introduce Blair's sketch at trial, so he has waived this issue. How could they introduce it if the judge ruled that it was inadmissible? Waivers notwithstanding, Blair's police sketch was inadmissible. Allen sought to admit Blair's sketch as substantive evidence that Blair did not see Allen on the bridge, but the sketch was not relevant for this person because, as trial court noted and Allen concedes, Blair did not make an eyewitness identification of Allen as the man on the bridge. Blair identified Bridge Guy as the man she saw on the platform. She did not identify Allen as Bridge Guy. Blair's sketch was an artist's interpretation of her description of Bridge Guy, and it was impossible to remove artist bias. Although she said 10 out of 10 or 9 out of 10 for accuracy of who she saw that she believes may have been Bridge Guy. Blair had not purported to identify Allen. Allen's use of the sketch would have misled and confused the jury. No, it would have clarified for the jury that Blair didn't see Richard Allen. The sketch was also inadmissible hearsay. Blair's sketch was not a prior identification of Allen, so he could not use it as substantive evidence that she did not identify him. Allen's new claim that the sketch was impeachment evidence is waived. Moreover, it would have been cumulative. On cross-examination, Blair testified that she had described the man she saw as a young, boyish man in his 20s or 30s, of average height with brown, poofy hair and no visible facial hair or hat. The jury could compare this description with Bridge Guy and with Allen. Allen makes no persuasive argument that the sketch should have been any more impeaching than Blair's description of the person. Y'all, beyond any of this bullshit, the fact is Blair did not see Richard Allen. She did not. Okay. That she would double, triple, quadruple down on that the guy was in his 20s and 30s and had poofy hair and was clean shaven. It's not Richard Allen. Here we go with the bullet. Tobin's testimony was inadmissible because it was not relevant to an issue before the jury. Tool mark identification has at least two sub-disciplines, metallurgy and firearms identification. ISP examiner Melissa Oberg testified that she used the Association of Firearm and Two-Mark Examiners two-mark identification methodology and opined that there were three different two-mark areas of significant agreement to show that the cartridge at the scene had cycled through Allen Sig Sauer. Defense expert Eric Warren Also, a forensic firearms examiner who uses AFTE methodology testified that he reviewed Oberg's report, did not agree with her process of comparing a cycled cartridge with a fired cartridge, and found insufficient documentation to support her opinion. That was the battle of the expert. Allen also proffered William Tobin as an expert in metallurgy, which is a sub-discipline. Tobin is an open critic of AFTE and all firearms identification methodology. He believes the discipline is unreliable and should not have been admitted. The trial court properly excluded his testimony because it was not relevant to an issue before the jury. How not? Tobin's proffered testimony went to the reliability and admissibly of firearms identification evidence. The trial court, not the jury, determines whether expert scientific testimony is admissible because scientific principle upon which it rests is reliable. Allen never offered Tobin's testimony to exclude the firearms evidence as based on unreliable scientific principles under Rule 702B. Because the trial court found the firearms identification evidence admissible, it was for the jury to determine the credibility of Oberg and Warren and assign weight to the evidence. Tobin's proffered testimony was not relevant to credibility. Tobin is not a trained forensic firearms identification expert, does not do firearms examinations, and does not examine the evidence. Tobin was not qualified to offer testimony against the weight or credibility of the forensic identification evidence. Hold on, back that up. Tool mark identification has two disciplines, metallurgy, which is his specialty, and firearms identification. So how does he not qualify as an expert? Allen claims that Tobin's testimony was offered to impeach Oberg's credibility is incorrect. Allen offered Tobin's criticism to discredit the accepted established methodology. This criticism had nothing to do with Oberg's work. Yes, it does. That's what she was relied upon. And so for me, this point on Tobin goes 50% to the correct argument of the appellate attorneys and 50% to ineffective assistance of counsel. Okay, I'm going to skip over Allen's DOC videos because it goes without saying that's absolutely ridiculous. Okay. Then they go back to Allen's other phone calls on April 3rd, 2023. Allen wanted them to be admitted. Let me skip ahead. Let me see what I'm getting wrong or right here. There's shit with the phone calls that I don't want to discuss, to be honest with you, and I think might come up in a new trial or in another point in the future. But there are considerations to be made with other phone calls that were not allowed by Judge Gull that should have been allowed by Judge Gull. And I think in the future, we're going to see more about that or hear more about it. But for now, I'll skip it. But just keep in mind that there are more phone calls that should have been allowed that the defense could have used for good purposes that were not allowed that should have been allowed. And we'll cover that again in the future. Dr. Gracian testified to the effects of solitary confinement, the symptoms of delirium that he saw Allen exhibit symptoms consistent with delirium and false memories. The trial court sustained the state's objection to Dr. Gracian's testimony that Allen's confessions were false. The trial court ruled the witness could not testify to whether Allen's statements were consistent with the facts of the case because the witness did not know the facts, and it was for the jury to decide if Allen's confessions were false. None of the three bases Allen's argues for admission were offered below, so he has waived those arguments. The only basis offered below was that Dr. Gracian knew the facts because he had reviewed all kinds of stuff, but this would be insufficient foundation for an opinion. Allen sought to present testimony from Gracian that Allen's statements in his confessions were false, which was impermissible under this rule. Dr. Gracian testified that Allen's behavior and statements were consistent with delirium, so he was not denied an opportunity to present this evidence. Allen's combination of the 3 alleged errors, all of which centered on the admission of his own statements to claim a systemic violation of due process, is unpersuasive. Allen fully and completely described the environmental, physical, and mental health conditions leading up to his confessions, as well as expert testimony on both sides of Allen's confinement and his mental health. But neither Allen nor the state could present opinion evidence that Allen's confessions were true or false. That is not an unconstitutional infringement on the right to present a defense. Perlmutter's testimony that the murders were ritualistic. Okay, now they're going to say that the court properly excluded Perlmutter's testimony that this was a ritual killing, or at a bare minimum that the crime scene displayed a multitude of elements that would indicate a ritual killing. And listen, this is where, again, the bloodlusters, the bloodthirsty demons, the meth head, chomo, pedophile enabling, methed out, troll farm, bootlicking, narrative pushing harassers will consistently say there was nothing ritualistic about this goddamn crime scene. But Dr. Perlmutter laid out an exhaustive list of indicators that it absolutely was a ritualistic crime scene. And let me just refresh your memory here for a moment about the disposition of the bodies in a clearing, in the woods, near a creek or flowing body of water, on a ritualistic holiday to Norse pagans, with the disposition of tarot, staging of the bodies, devoid of blood for the most part, meaning that it's very likely that blood was drained from these victims, possibly for the purposes of consuming, okay, or collecting to extract at a later point in time adrenal compounds. You had, look at these stick figurations, okay, these fucking stick figurations, which are clearly bind rune or sigil-like, right? Both were nude at some point in time. Okay, here are the stick configurations. That's a potential murder weapon type of device. A ceremonial knife. Okay. You had a tree marked with what is very, very clearly a runic symbol. Okay, so you collectively, you put all these together and you have what appears to be a ritualistic crime scene. Whether or not it's authentically a ritualistic crime scene, because it could have been ritualistic staging. We don't yet know with complete certainty whether it was a true ritualistic encounter that transpired, or whether only one of the victims was ritualistically sacrificed or treated, or whether all of this collectively was put together as part of a ritualistic staging. But regardless, Dr. Perlmutter's testimony was relevant because clearly, with all of that collected together, there are many ritualistic indicators at the crime scene, including the date, like I said, the location, the staging, the symbols. But they're here trying to poo-poo that idea again. And remember, the undercover Indiana State Master Trooper who coordinates the CIs, okay, the fucking CIs, who particularly was familiar with the Vinlanders, the Odinists, and Brian James, himself said that it absolutely was a crime scene that was painted with runes by combination of the marking on the tree and the stick configurations on the bodies. Okay. Furthermore, don't forget that you had Mr. Todd Click, Mr. Greg Ferenczi, and Mr. Kevin Murphy, who all also had worked this angle, the Vinlanders, or the Odinist, or the ritualistic killing, however you want to phrase it, who all agreed in their work as a team of law enforcement officers that this exactly was the angle of this crime. Of course, Greg Ferenczi ended up being assassinated right outside of his office. Todd Click, as you could see in that mugshot, was quickly framed and arrested. And Kevin Murphy shut his mouth and went on about his business because he's afraid of these people. And don't forget, even Labredo, the defense attorney who was loyal to Judge Gull, who had been appointed to replace Baldwin and Rozzi, he also opined that it was absolutely a combination murder and sacrifice, meaning one victim was murdered or killed and the other victim was ritualistically sacrificed. Okay, they're still trying to explain away Holder's alibi here, you know, and since we're on the note of Holder's alibi, okay, let's not forget. Remember when I said there's a whole contingent of Freemasons involved in covering up this case, in controlling the online narrative of this case, and in prosecuting this case. Not only is Nick McClelland a self-proclaimed Master Mason at the Tipton Lodge number 33, a member of Mount Zion Lodge number 211, he is also related by marriage to Brad German, who is a relative of the victim. Nick McClelland has a conflict of interest as being related to one of the victims. He should have never prosecuted this case. Furthermore, remember that Reese Davis conveyed to us that Ron Logan alleged that he was a longtime friend of Nicholas McClelland as well, and that Nick McClelland would transfer him on out of prison and into home in early 2017. Here you see Tipton Lodge 33, the same one that Nick McClelland received his Master Mason degree in. Tipton Lodge 33, the one that McClelland received his Master Mason degree in Logansport. Also a member is Brad Holder, one of the POIs mentioned in the Frank's memorandum. And not only is Brad Holder a member of that lodge, but so is his son, Levi Holder. Remember, it was Brad Holder's other son, Logan Holder, who was involved in an intimate relationship with the other victim. So by here, you have a you have a nexus here. Okay, so just so that I thoroughly explain the things that I'm trying to say, okay, the same individual who posted this here, which is eerily similar, okay, this is Brad Holder's social media post, which is eerily similar to the actual crime scene, okay? The same Brad Holder, what I am saying to you, you have a double nexus. This same Brad Holder, whose son was dating Abby Williams, okay? So Brad Holder ties to Nick McClelland, Tipton Lodge 33, Logan Holder, Abby Williams, okay? Abby Williams, and you have Nick McClelland tied to Brad Holder, Tipton Lodge 33, to Ron Logan, and also to Liberty German through Brad and Terry German. Do you understand what I'm saying about these appalling conflicts of interest here we're looking at? Harmless error, any of the alleged errors, individually or collectively, is harmless. giving the powerful independent evidence of guilt. Boy, that's a gaslight for you. Can anyone say, "Oh my God"?
Oh my God!
And then can you say, "Bruh"?
Bruh. I'm legally blind.
Powerful independent evidence of guilt of Rick Allen? You got to be kidding me, man. The timeline, which we know is completely fucking artificial and bonk. The eyewitness evidence, which we know is completely contradictory and bonk and unreliable, creates an overwhelming certainty that Allen was Bridge Guy and the murderer? No. And they reiterate, they do the whole Gray Hughes thing. Remember Gray Hughes, right? This is your Monica Walla, Gray Hughes, right? Delphi After Dark, Anthony Greeno, Gray Hughes. Remember Gray Hughes, who invented this entire story. I mean, over the course of multiple years, speaking with the family members, trying to put this all together for the family and prosecution. They go through this whole narrative again, which is total and complete bullshit. Like, this whole thing should not even be read by the appellate judges. Okay. Now they're trying to go into the Cecil bullshit. Okay. They know the Cecil bullshit was bullshit. The admission of the Google search by Cecil was not at most harmless. Defense witness Stacey Eldridge opined that between 5:45 and 10:32, Liberty German cell phone registered a code in Knowledge C of an audio output, which indicated the headphones or an aux cable was plugged into the phone, and that at 10:32 it was plugged out, unplugged from the phone. She opined that this event required human interaction, which it did. Okay, which suggested that someone else committed the murders. There was water and debris on the phone when it was found. To Eldridge's knowledge, water would not affect the plug-in data. The state's two cell phone experts, Cecil and Bunner, testified they did not know what audio output start means. Cross-examined, the state asked Cecil if he had done a Google search to determine if water damage could cause the audio output code. Allen unsuccessfully objected on hearsay grounds. Cecil testified that he found through a fucking Google search that water damage or dirt within the headphone plug could cause the phone to register audio output. Cecil acknowledged that he does not normally do Google research and that the information on the internet can be wrong. This information was proffered as an alternative theory of the cause of the audio output code, but neither of the theories made it more or less probable that Allen committed the murders. This is explaining away the bullshit inclusion of that hearsay evidence. Totem pole hearsay, remember? As argued above, Allen's identity was proven through eyewitness testimony. No, it was not. Not one single witness testified that Allen is the person that they saw out there that day. Remember that. Not a single individual testified that Allen was the individual that they saw out there that day. And even beyond that, not one single individual testified that Allen was the individual that they intended to portray in the witness sketches, of which there are a multitude. So Allen's identity is not proven through eyewitness testimony. This is bullshit, and this is the state once again twisting, making leaps of logic, and fabricating a narrative that the eyewitnesses witnessed Allen. And they go on with the gaslighting to say that Allen's statements to police, the cartridge from his gun, which is, again, not solid ballistic evidence, and his confessions prove that he bullshit. Okay. Trial court properly denied Allen's motion to correct error. Okay. The state did not knowingly present false testimony through Weber in violation of Napui. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. A conviction obtained through the use of evidence that the state knows to be false does not attempt to correct violates the defendant's Fourth 14th Amendment due process rights, which Weber did. Allen failed to show that the state presented false testimony through Weber. Allen's argument is predicated on the surveillance video he claims shows Weber van arriving home at 2:44, but Allen did not present any verification that the date and timestamp on the video was accurate. No, but he supplemented that with the FBI report that substantiates it that Weber did not arrive till after 5:45 p.m. Remember, that's from the FBI. Without any evidence as to whether or when Weber had his cell phone turned on in the absence of a ping, does not prove it. Allen did not show that Weber's testimony was demonstrably false. What about the FBI's report? The crux of Allen's claim is that if Weber's testimony was false about his time of arrival home, then Allen's May 3rd, 2023 confession to Dr. Walla was not credible. The premise fails for two reasons. First, Weber did not testify to an exact time of arrival home. Yes, he did. Jesus. The state presented that Weber arrived home. Like, Allen would have had to witness Weber arriving home much earlier than the time that the video and the FBI say that Weber arrived home. This is all bullshit. And then they do filler now. Now there's a bunch of filler. So Allen's evidence would not have shown that Weber's testimony was false, only at most inconsistent with this murder timeline. Second, the credibility of Allen's confessions was challenged with a plethora of expert evidence. The jury had an ample evidence to evaluate not only Weber's credibility, but the credibility of Allen's confession. Allen was not denied due process because we say he wasn't. So you guys see how that goes? I hope you all see how that went, okay? It's absolutely unbelievable. It's absolutely unbelievable. And, you know, at the end of the day, what are we left with? We're left with dead girls, right? Dead girls. We're left with dead girls. And sorry, that's not the one I wanted. Where is it? Sorry, I'm still clicking around here. There we go. And we're left with this. So we just read all of that bullshit, right? A lot of bullshit. 4 hours. We're going on 4 hours now. Where's the file marker on this? How does All Eyes on Delphi get her hands on this? This is a pre-filing document. I'm trying to rub this in so that all you understand what we're looking at. This whole thing, it's been much ado about nothing. All day, there's been endless streams. Okay? State's brief of appellee. Endless streams all day. The grift has been on, you know, the grift. We're going to cover this. First to cover it. We're going to do the read-through. Going to do the read-through. How does anyone get their hands on this before it's in my case? It's not on my case. No stamp on it. It's not filed with the clerk yet. Big question mark. What's the purpose of this being released 5 days early with no file stamp by All Eyes on Delphi? Is this another Keegan Klein transcript? Is this another leak when we've suffered through dozens of leaks in this community? Dozens of leaks. Remember the fake ass bridge guy video? These same people leaked into this community as a distraction. Remember after that, the dozen leaks that were perpetuated into this community, both on case by case and Andy Kopsa, courtesy of Michael Osbrook. What's the purpose of all these discovery leaks that keep coming? And now this? I feel like there's so much distraction. There's so much narrative control. There's so much steering of public discussion around this case. And remember, to remind you, in January, I started focusing on the Dropbox. Okay? Then in February, myself and some others started focusing on the nexus being the Dropbox, Keegan Klein, Ron Logan, Tony Klein, Reese Davis. And what did you see? Did you see anyone else out there following that information? Or did you see an outrageous smear campaign begin and harassment? That's exactly what you saw. The minute we started talking about the Dropbox, attacks, noise, distractions.
Off as a fucking terrorist, a fucking pedophile, sympathizing fucking terrorist.
How many times have you heard this outright slander accusing me of committing crimes against children because I'm bringing up the Dropbox? And others in the community who discuss this pedophile network. Slander, slander, slander. Defamation, defamation, defamation. Accused of crimes we didn't commit. Hit with restraining orders. Hit with cease and desist. Hit with slander. Hit with shit in our mailbox that we don't want. Because every time we get over the target, a huge noise has to be made. Think about it. Anyhow, God bless everyone who was here. Hug your kids, hug your wife. I really love you. And it's been really good to see everybody here in the chat tonight. Appreciate you being here. Maybe I'll see you on Friday. Not sure yet, but I hope so. And anyway, with that being said, God bless Libby and Abby. God bless you. And God bless our country if we have one anymore, because this is bad. This is bad. But I'll see you all on out, and we'll catch up at another time. And thank you so much for being here. And, oh, by the way, please do support the channel. Hit the like on the way out. That thumbs up costs you nothing. and it helps me out here. Also, leave comments down below if you're on the replay, especially if you're new here. I love having new faces here and new voices, and you are welcome here. So please do leave comments and let us know your thoughts. And also, as I mentioned, go join my Facebook page. I'd be glad to have everyone over there so you can have an ongoing discussion without me having to be here live. And I don't know if Deb would put up the link to the Facebook. I'd appreciate it. And you'll see at the top of the chat and in the channel description, I have my link tree in case you'd like to support me here financially with a donation or a membership and that sort of thing. So at the link tree, you can find all of the support pathways. You can also find out how to send me an email if you just want to let me know something. So anyway, God bless. See you all another time. Check you later.
It's not productive. It's kind of gross and icky. And I feel like it tells us more about them than the people they're trying to degrade. They're always trying to degrade someone.
This stuff's coming to a close. There are more than one person involved with this case. It's not just Richard Allen. There's several others, and we've all seen them on TV and been interviewed and spoken about way back in the beginning. Law enforcement has known about these people, but they have to methodically build a case.
It was our job to help law enforcement.
Prof is a fucking terrorist, a fucking pedophile, sympathizing fucking terrorist.
I'm legally blind.
Now, in the days since police made this tragic discovery, the Delphi community has been coming to terms, I should say, with a painful reality. Eyewitness News reporter David McAnally went back to the scene of the crime today, where neighbors still don't understand how this could happen to two young girls. Dave?
As police continue a very methodical investigation here, going down every road in the search for clues, some folks who live near the crime scene, they fear that their road will never be the same. The crime scene Thursday, a place property owner Ron Logan knows well, but never thought he would know for something so tragic.
I can't really wrap my emotions around it. It's just so mind-boggling. I haven't really caught up. It hasn't caught up with me yet.
Up and down the hills, across that bank now circled with crime tape, his son grew up playing here.
Never in your wildest dreams do you think that he comes down here to play, he won't come back home.
He and his friends grieve for the victims, Liberty German and Abigail Williams, both 13.
That's why we come back. He goes, I want to show you what it looks like. You couldn't carry someone up and down these hills. It's hard to walk by yourself.
We've been able to identify almost everybody else that's been on that trail, and this gentleman has not been identified, and we want to know what he saw, what he might have seen on the trail. Did he see somebody else that maybe some of the others didn't see?
The Sheriff's Department says the trail photos of a man released Wednesday have brought in about 200 tips, and they're checking every one of them, they say. Police want to talk to the man because he was on the trail about the same time as the victims.
I think they feel confident that we're going to get this guy or guys that were involved in this, and I think they're feeling confident that it's going to happen sooner than later.
Back at the crime scene, hoping for answers.
This place is never going to be the same. It'll never be the same, will it? I mean, everybody will be. They'll be very vigilant now, from here on out, when they come down here.
All right, that's David McAnally tonight in Delphi. Now, here's another look at the man police are so desperate to talk to. Again, they have not said he's a suspect or a person of interest. Instead, investigators believe that he is the only person they haven't identified who was in the area at that time. Now, if you were in the area that day or you know anything that could help solve this case, police do want to hear from you. They've set up a new tip line for information about the murders of Libby and Abby. All tips should be called into that number, and you can remain anonymous. You see it right there on your screen. The number is 844-459-5786.